secretive organization known as Anonymous, a loose-knit group of computer hackers who came to the defense of WikiLeaks and got the attention of law enforcement in the process. They are young and stealthy, and they are potential giant killers.
Anonymous hacker activists have basically got together and are exacting revenge for what they see as attacks on WikiLeaks, and they're targeting a number of corporations that have cut off their ties with WikiLeaks.
So they see themselves as protesters. Essentially that the government can't prevent you or I from talking openly. They interpret it much more broadly. They believe that everybody has an inalienable right to say whatever they want on any forum whatsoever.
Now today, this group of computer hackers are apparently threatening cyber war over this WikiLeaks case. What do you know about that?
Yeah, NBC is reporting that Anonymous, it's a group we've heard of before, is threatening new attacks not only on U.S. corporations, but also on some of the government officials.
Number one story, MasterCard announced Monday it would no longer process payments to WikiLeaks. This morning, internet activists crashed its website. This afternoon, Visa.com crashed. Tonight, Twitter might be next. It suspended an Operation Payback account. A group calling itself Anonymous has been waging Operation Payback for a few months now. The group says it is dedicated to a, quote, anonymous, decentralized movement that fights against censorship and copy wrong.
Well, officials have confirmed that at least 41 Malaysian government websites had been hacked overnight. This follows a threat by hacker group Anonymous to punish the authorities for internet censorship. Officials say that 51 websites were hit and at least 41 of them were disrupted in these attacks.
Targets like H.B. Gary, a major cybersecurity firm some U.S. government agencies rely on to keep their computers safe. Last month, H.B. Gary boasted it would expose Anonymous. The response was swift. Anonymous took down their website, stole thousands of emails, and posted them on the internet. The CEO resigned. Anonymous is credited with bringing down government websites in Tunisia, Egypt, and Libya. And now it's made new threats against companies and government officials complicit in what it views as the mistreatment of Bradley Manning, the Army private accused of leaking to WikiLeaks.
Anonymous is powerful enough that it's certainly struck fear into the hearts of some of the biggest technology companies, the biggest companies in the whole world.
Our own Justice Department doesn't take any action against these guys. It's been 3 years since the debacle in Wall Street that caused our economic collapse. And where's Washington? Where's Washington? They haven't done a damn thing. But look, what you're looking at here, in combination of all these things, is a new model on how to fight back. You have to take action into your hands. Direct, peaceful resistance.
We decided long ago that the dangers of excessive and unwarranted concealment of pertinent facts far outweighed the dangers which are cited to justify it. And there is very grave danger that an announced need for increased security will be seized upon by those anxious to expand its meaning to the very limits of official censorship and concealment. That I do not intend to permit to the extent that it's in my control. For we are opposed around the world by a monolithic and ruthless conspiracy that relies primarily on covert means for expanding its sphere of influence, on infiltration instead of invasion, on subversion instead of elections, on intimidation instead of free choice, on guerrillas by night instead of armies by day. It is a system which has conscripted vast human and material resources into the building of a tightly knit, highly efficient machine that combines military, diplomatic, intelligence, economic, scientific, and political operations. Its preparations are concealed, not published. Its mistakes are buried, not headlined. Its dissenters are silenced, not praised. No expenditure is questioned, no rumor is printed, no secret is revealed.
Uh-oh, SpaghettiOs. You could be in a lot of trouble. Now, people have figured out that you can hit the powerful where it counts in their pocketbooks. The same thing happened in Egypt, where Mubarak only stepped down after the labor strikes began. And then there's the national and international movement against the power establishment. The group Anonymous recently released this video warning the global banking systems.
We are a decentralized, non-violent, resistance movement which seeks to restore the rule of law and fight back against the organized criminal class.
Now that's a little spooky, but I liked it. And apparently they came armed with documents, which we're going to tell you about in a second. But look, what I like is peaceful resistance.
However, they can't just randomly launch an attack. And in order to do it, you have to go on this IRC chat. Anyone can suggest a target. And that person then has to make a compelling case for the target, and then whoever happens to be, it's a quorum of whoever happens to be awake, can vote up or down on this target. So if somebody has not made a compelling enough case, enough people may pull their computers off of this voluntary botnet that the attack might not be nearly as effective. So it is, in fact, an amazing kind of Athenian democracy. If you forget sort of the ethics of what they're doing, place that to one side, what they've achieved is sort of this set of checks and balances that agrees in a very fluid way on what the target is.
This is the new model of fighting back against the establishment and against corporate power. Don't wait for your knight in shining armor to show up from D.C. The bad news is he ain't coming. The good news is it turns out you're the knight in shining armor.
I believe that Gandhi's views were the most enlightened of all the political men in our time. We should strive to do things in his spirit, not to use violence in fighting for our cause, but by non-participation in anything you believe is evil.
What's next? What's next is all they can do is shut down the internet itself. And we see how that went for them in Egypt. And we, the people, know that when the government shuts down the internet, that's when it's time to shut down the government. We are Anonymous. We are Legion. We do not forgive. We do not forget. Expect us. And now, you can expect a whole lot more.
Hello, free people of the world. This is Anonymous. It's time to stand up and face the New World Order. Your country calls for you to follow orders and to stand in place like a slave drone. We call for you to say no. We call for you to say you are anonymous. You have the right to stay anonymous, and so shall you do so. Go to protest and stand up for what you believe in. Stand up for what is right. Stand up and say you are anonymous. We are anonymous. We are Legion. We do not forgive. We do not forget. Expect us.
Good evening. We begin tonight with a rare look inside Anonymous.
They're this shadowy and motley group of hackers and activists who answer to no one, drawn together by love of internet mischief.
Well, now they're evolving into this movement of social change, a real driving force behind the Wall Street occupiers. No surprise, they're hated by corporate security, but also hunted by the FBI.
And one of the questions we're asking is, who are these people and why are they taking to the streets? To get some answers, Amber Lyons stepped into the shadows.
Back up. It's a dark and disturbing vision. A world where riot police attack with impunity.
What happened? He got shot. Get back.
Where democracy is corrupted by greed and dissent is crushed. That's how Anonymous sees America. And they say that's why they're fighting back.
We are Legion. We do not forgive. We do not forget.
It's a movement that defies description. Leaderless, faceless, anarchic.
This is our space!
A loose collective born on the internet, Anonymous has no official members and no hierarchy. But within the group, some individual Anons have greater standing, earned by their skills as hackers, video makers,
to see it with my own eyes and record it myself,
and increasingly street-level activists.
Show me what police state was like!
Troy, not his real name, is one of them.
This is what happens when the people have had enough. This is what happens when greed goes unchecked.
Troy says he was drawn to Occupy Wall Street after watching his mother struggle with medical debts. He himself is working 2 jobs to make ends meet, despite having a college degree.
You kind of just lose track of days, lose track of time, but it's worth it. It's all worth it.
We met him at the Occupy Wall Street camp at Zuccotti Park.
There's no specific person that talks for us. It's more like a hive, you know, an idea is brought up and whoever agrees with it, if the overwhelming majority of people that agree with it, then we go with it.
So we're following Troy, and he's been out here policing, kind of making sure that all of these protesters are getting along with the community and not causing any problems.
We're handling internal affairs as far as damage control within the community, making sure that everybody's respecting the local small businesses around here. How's it going?
But he's not just watching over the protests. He's also watching the police. Part of the evolution of Anonymous from hackers to activists. Anonymous was born a decade ago in one of the weirdest and darkest corners of the internet. An anything-goes image board called 4chan. 4chan users post anonymously, and the name stuck.
We do not forgive.
The group adopted a distinct identity and its own symbolism. A mask taken from the movie V for Vendetta. A retelling of the story of the English rebel Guy Fawkes and his plot to blow up the House of Lords in 1605. Instead of gunpowder, Anonymous uses the internet. Anonymous attacks its targets by flooding and crashing corporate and government websites, or digging up and publicizing highly embarrassing information. It's called trolling. They troll targets out of genuine outrage, but also just for fun.
LULZ, it's a kind of pluralization and bastardization of Laugh Out Loud.
New York University professor Gabriella Coleman has been watching Anonymous for years.
It's a term that kind of denotes this sort of pleasure, humor, laughter, everything from something which is quite playful, harmless, to engaging in a kind of full-fledged trolling attack that humiliates.
Anonymous's campaigns, known as operations or ops, can be dramatic. In late 2010, a distributed denial of service attack took down the website of PayPal after the company cut off support for the online whistleblower site WikiLeaks.
PayPal continues to withhold funds from WikiLeaks, a beacon of truth in these dark times.
16 Anons were arrested by the FBI, charged with conspiring to intentionally damage PayPal's computers.
This is a message from Anonymous to the Bay Area Rapid Transit System, BART.
This summer, Anonymous attacked the San Francisco area's public transportation system, BART. BART had cut cell service within the transit system as a way of disrupting anti-police brutality protests. Anonymous's reaction was devastating and vicious.
We will not issue any more warnings.
Op BART included the release of a naked photo of a senior BART employee.
Sometimes it kind of makes you laugh, sometimes it makes you cringe, sometimes it makes you laugh and cringe at the same time. All of a sudden, you're like, oh my gosh, there is this, dagger that's being thrown.
A naked photo.
Yeah, a naked photo.
Do you feel like there is a fear out there of what they could possibly find or leak about a certain individual?
Absolutely. I mean, that's what makes them who they are, is that they are kind of bad boys and rude boys to some degree. There is a dual sort of fascination and horror that goes on at the same time.
Be aware, be vigilant.
Anonymous was evolving, using its power to shock and disrupt to effect social change. During the Arab Spring, the collective emerged as a full-fledged activist group, taking up the cause of Tunisians fighting against a repressive regime, literally saving lives.
The Tunisian government has made itself an enemy of Anonymous.
They did everything from take down government websites. They wrote scripts to stop the phishing of passwords. They brought massive media attention to Tunisia.
And last fall, Anonymous broke cover here at home, stepping out from behind their secure computer screens for a new cause, Occupy Wall Street.
There is a revolution brewing.
Suddenly, the symbols of Anonymous were everywhere, in flags, masks, banners.
We are the 99%!
When we return, pepper spray and Anonymous strikes back.
How are they getting personal information of these officers?
I'd rather not say.
The shadowy internet group known as Anonymous has grown now far beyond its hacker roots. It's now emerging as a forceful public relations weapon for the Occupy protest movement. Amber Lyon takes you inside Anonymous.
We are Anonymous.
Anonymous likens itself to the Air Force of the Occupy movement.
Everyone, everywhere will be occupying their towns, their capitals, and other public spaces.
Anonymous has an array of people on the streets. We're talking medics in San Francisco, tech support in Washington, D.C. And here in New York, guys like Troy. Troy, not his real name, is part of an army of citizen journalists documenting the movement and the police by broadcasting live video over streaming sites. When they see evidence of what they believe is police misbehavior, Anonymous strikes back, releasing personal information about specific officers.
And hopefully he'll think twice before he pulls out his baton against somebody who's holding a sign saying we just want peace.
And how are they getting cell phone numbers and personal information of these officers or bankers?
I'd rather not say.
In September, an NYPD officer named Anthony Bologna was filmed pepper spraying 2 protesters. Anonymous took direct action.
We will unleash hell on your phones, your servers, and anything else we can find.
One of the most active subgroups within Anonymous is called the Cabin Crew. Their specialty is doxing. It's shorthand for combing the internet for all the information you can find about a target and then releasing it publicly.
Cabin crew,
have noticed the injustices being committed by the New York police.
Cabin crew compiled Bologna's name, his home address, past legal actions, even the names of his family members, and put it all online. After a police investigation and public pressure, Bologna was placed on leave and reassigned to Staten Island.
What do you think that did to the NYPD when they saw this officer's information get posted online?
I think that they would see it as a form of vigilantism. They're pushing the boundaries of the law. But I think some of their actions also reveal the ways in which either private security companies or police are also acting outside of the boundaries of the law.
Anonymous's biggest coup in the propaganda wars was this. An Anon group by the name Operation Leaks posts the clip on YouTube. The next day, the clip tops 100,000 views. 3 days later, 1.5 million. The casually spraying cop had it all. It was outrageous, ridiculous, lulzy, and effective.
Police in riot gear sprayed students, pepper spraying student protesters.
The incident was picked up by the mainstream media and replayed over and over again.
Nice shopping.
Anonymous wants to frame the narrative of the Occupy movement as a contest between peaceful protesters and a militarized police state.
Oh my gosh.
Reality, though, isn't quite so clear-cut. At Occupy Oakland, some protesters attacked the police with rocks and bottles. Others erupted in a fury after the city tore down their encampment.
They're getting a little heated. Some people are trying to tear down this fence and head into the main area, but others are trying to keep them quiet and calm so that the police don't have to get re-involved.
I need some help. We need some more help over here. You're f***ing willing to fight us, but not the police?
They tried to fight.
And you're doing their job.
The anonymous PR machine focused solely on instances where the cops got out of line. And they have plenty of ammunition.
What happened? What happened? You got shot.
During one night of chaos, police apparently fired a projectile directly at a former Marine named Scott Olson, who was peacefully protesting against the crackdown. Anonymous went into overdrive.
I hereby declare this to be an unlawful assembly.
Scanning the video for police badge numbers and names, offering a reward for anyone who could identify the officer responsible. The case is still under investigation. The Department of Homeland Security has put out several alerts to law enforcement and corporate security focused mainly on the group's hacking activities. And the FBI has made more than a dozen arrests.
We're living in a police state.
But there's no indication that has cramped Anonymous's style. Their latest op?
Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year to all on planet Earth.
On Christmas Day, members crashed the website of a security research company, hacking its client list along with their credit card numbers in order to steal $1 million for donations to charity.
We are anonymous. Expect us.
And our correspondent Amber Lyon now joins us here in studio. A little frightening, a little scary.
Slightly, especially for law enforcement in many aspects.
You know, I got to ask, so what if they get it wrong? What if they put up some personal information that is inaccurate? Do they have any accountability?
There's very little accountability. Because of the way Anonymous is organized, anyone can claim to be anonymous. There's also a lot of extreme outliers. And you know, law enforcement is intimidated by Anonymous. We tried to get an interview with anyone federally or locally, and they refused to send an officer forward kind of to the chopping block because they feared that if this officer appeared on camera, they could become a target of Anonymous.
This is an anonymous message from the global revolution to politicians, dictators and plutocrats all over the planet. Surprised by the global disobedience? Let us explain to you your delicate situation. Tens of thousands of years ago, human beings began to evolve. Since then, our species has walked a dark and bloody road, which isolated people condemned to live in fear caused by ignorance, knowledge, ethics and technological development have always been conditioned by the elite and their wars, which is in the Orwellian metaphor, have done nothing more than perpetuate vertical and obscurantist social schemes. We have arrived to the 21st century of our era, after 2 world wars, endorsing the possibility of nuclear conflict with assured mutual destruction. Their so-called economists and intellectuals, having announced that it was the end of the story, it seemed, more than ever, that looking for a fairer order was meaningless. Thinking that they had slowed our rational development enough, they let us carry on with a progress model whose sole objective was never more than to make them even richer and more powerful. However, they did not consider that the real human spirit refuses to bow, always. While they believed they were overcoming us by using economic shocks, our species has evolved in a new manner. Using only the powers of culture and freedom, we have reused those technological resources that were born of our genius and that were only provided to us with consumerist intentions. So we have updated, improved and immunized our force operations and effectiveness. We absorb their own tactics, techniques and power of persuasion to form our own means, dreams and challenges. Today, the revolution is spreading around the planet as a challenge to their oppression, and they shamelessly try to shut down our freedom of expression. Finally, information has reached critical mass, exploding in a melting pot of voices whose new wishes and needs can't be covered by their old paradigm. Now, physically and digitally interconnected, we form a huge collective consciousness. Maybe their corporate media silences what is happening, but they cannot fool us anymore. They can temporarily stop some points, but the process will continue unstoppable and ever-changing. Now it doesn't matter which measures they take for trying to counteract us. The more violence, censorship and obstacles they put in our way, the more they expose their weakness. From every place on the earth, with different ideas and from different conditions, women and men have always existed and always will exist to oppose the pretense of undemocratic and unjust governments. After millenniums of suffering, our species has stood up, and nothing will ever be the same. Their totalitarian game is ending. But friends, the story hasn't ended. This is where it begins. We will take the streets and occupy. Change is happening. The people should never fear the government. The government should fear the people. We are the people. We are the only system. We are anonymous. We are legion. We do not forgive. We do not forget. Expect us.
I hereby declare this to be an unlawful assembly.
Stuff?
Well, as far as the death toll, I can't say it's fair to give a direct and an exact number.
All right, guys, we are live.
And but as far as the number of what's been known from the suicides of this video game, well, not video game, but game, is 130 children.
Jeez.
That's confirmed.
This is like a
That's
psychological
horrible.
attack on children.
All right, guys, we're live.
Oh, we're live now.
We're live now. That whole
Well,
thing
well,
wasn't even on there.
Right, I thought the whole conversation we were having was live.
No.
Yep, start over, scratch it. Back to the beginning.
Scratch it, start over from the beginning, huh?
Yep, 20 minutes. Rewind.
Why do you guys think I dropped out?
I don't know. Somebody said we were live, and we just started going.
I thought we said we were live, and then we started talking.
It was good,
All right,
too.
well, yeah, it was good.
Oh, well.
All right, let's go ahead and rewind that.
All right, back to it. What was it? Should we start back with the introductions? I guess we had a couple.
Yes, let's go ahead and let the guests introduce themselves.
Yeah, I'm George Lofton from Australia.
Welcome to the show, George.
Welcome.
Thanks, George.
This is Tyler Durden. I'm a fictional character.
Yes.
All in our heads, right?
Yeah.
I'm going with Oz Unicorn. That's me. I'm Oz Unicorn. All right.
Okay. Nice to meet you, Unicorn.
Thank you.
Absolutely. I believe we all love unicorns. They're magical.
They are.
Absolutely. They poop rainbows.
Absolutely.
They're trying to do the right thing. They're rare, but they're trying to do right.
Okay, as usual, I'm Arthur Wolf. Nobody needs to know that, though. We got Aaron. Aaron has an interesting show or topic right now. Kind of sad, really.
Well, it's interesting. It's needed to know. It needs to be out there for those who are not aware of it.
I wasn't aware. We weren't aware over on this side of the earth about this, or I wasn't. And you say it's been going on for a couple of years. I think it's absolutely ridiculous that like children are being forced into suicide via a game. I think it's great you bringing it up, and I think that whoever's listening, guys, like please share the fact that this is happening to try and protect the children that are vulnerable, because we all know, many of our kids are tech savvy, like we were, and they're getting on there without realizing what's going on, and they're having trouble in their mind, and they're a bit upset. Like you don't know what can end up happening.
Well, I guess. Thank you, Miss Unicorn. I'd like to explain to the viewers exactly what it is that you're speaking about, in case for those who don't know. And what I'm talking about is this so-called game called Blue Whale that originated out of Russia.
What is exactly Blue Whale?
Blue Whale is basically a psychological warfare game, I would like to call it, towards children that are mentally unstable.
Yeah.
And I'm assuming that hackers will target children on Facebook and ask them if they want to play a game.
You mean like
kind of like a Slender Man, but kids killing themselves. It's start to end. You can't leave the game. I think he explained the rules to it a little bit about how it works, how they get you tied into it.
I can reiterate on the rules, so that way, for the viewers that are listening, if they, need to tell if they have children, they can tell their children, or if we have younger viewers listening, that they can stay away from this so-called game.
This is the first I've heard of it, but then again, I have run into some really weird trolls that were kind of out of control, beyond out of control,
telling people.
No. I had this one guy with the clown profile saying that he was gonna rape me.
What?
Yeah.
You gotta watch out with that internet shit's freaky sometimes, man. Like they're shameless. They'll do whatever they want.
Well, he got all freaked out when I told him I already had his IP address, and he kind of backed off.
Well, yeah, that's the thing. Not everybody knows. We can flip it on them real quick if they don't know what they're doing and they're just out there preying on children and unsuspected regular folk. It's easy to do that. But as soon as they hit somebody like us, all of a sudden they start shutting shit down, running magnets on their computers and throwing shit in the sinks, They're out there, though. They're preying on the weak.
That's right.
Yeah, absolutely. So basically what they're doing is there's 4 technical questions. Well, not questions, but actual rules that these children have to obey by. So, the first one is, if they do agree to it. Now, the kids have to agree to it. And once they agree, it's a verbal contract called to these people that are targeting children. So the first question, well, not the question, but the first rule is that they can't leave until the end of the game. Right? So I guess they have to solely commit to the individual that they won't quit, they won't back out.
So how do they exactly, like, is there like a consequence to that now? Is kind of what I'm curious. Like, how do they make you actually feel like you have to stay in this game?
Yes, well, what they do is these so-called hackers will sit there and say that if you do not stay in this game and obey the rules, that you will die and your family at a certain period of time.
No way. That's okay.
Yeah, that's that time when I smoke a blunt and walk away from this computer screen.
That should be your cue to get the fuck on out of there.
They've even had incidences to where the kids were basically like, you know, hell with you, you know, F off, and and
Pardon my French, sorry.
And they just told them that they would die at a certain date, you know, since they left. So it's very intimidating, especially for children. I think this is completely wrong, and it's like I said, it's been going on. This game started in 2014.
Yeah, I was gonna say I heard something similar. 4 years ago. So this is not the first time I've heard of stuff like this. So it's not unheard of, you know.
Right. I mean, it's not unheard of, but we have brothers and sisters out there that finally got a hold of it and are starting to do something. But I'll get into that a little bit later after I explain this game to our viewers and, of course, the panel. The second question is that they must answer all the questions honestly.
You know, this is the point where you start spreading the message to the parents that some of this stuff is going around, and tell their kids that if you get any of these weird messages, just tell your parent, or send us a message.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, anything that seems threatening and scares any type of individual, they definitely need to get in contact with their parents, authorities, or ourselves.
Yeah, with us. We could help.
Yeah, right.
We're here to help too. We could take that. I mean, some of us could take that down. We could do what we can at least, you know?
Right.
We could bring it to the authorities ourselves. If you're afraid to take it to the authorities because of something they might have threatened you with, we're not afraid. We'll take care of it.
Absolutely. The third one is that the third one, yes, is that they have to stay dedicated. Like I said, I guess when they threaten the family, you know, and they prey on the young, they get, you know, they're scared. I mean, they don't know. They're not experienced. They don't know anything.
Well, I bet you anything, if it's a bunch of hackers running it, they probably threaten them with IP addresses, God knows what else.
God knows what else, right? We just
MAC address and geolocation is what they can turn around and scare them with, and you know, because they can find out exactly where they are, like within 2 meters.
Yeah. Right, exactly. And then the fourth would be, you know, that you assume I can have, again, like we just said, that they have all their personal information, and that, you know, they're obligated to stay in the game. And then, of course, the last challenge is to commit suicide.
Oh, Candace has already heard about this.
Oh, has she?
I think so.
Yeah, so like I said, you know, it's been out for a while, but now, you know, like I said, we have some brothers and sisters that are actually starting to put an end to it, and find moderators, and only find, you know, a couple admins.
Yeah, I wouldn't know any trolls that would go to that level, so this has got to be somebody else.
It reminds me of stories that I hear about you know, when kids go on the deep web and when they muck around with tools and all of that, and they don't have a proper, like, you know, VPN setup or whatever, you know, they're not protected, and they go in there
the monkey
and
house.
yeah, and you hear about
like the
this
monkey
stuff.
House.
I'm not stupid enough to go there, so I don't know from personal experience, but I know from research because I research
tried.
stuff, and I think it's worth talking about because we've got so many savvy young tech kids getting there, but they might be savvy with the tech, but they may not be ready for what they're going to be exposed to emotionally by some of these people.
It all sounds like fun and games at first until shit gets real.
Perfect example for that is that Foo.com, which runs the chat with Justin, and they pretend to be Justin Bieber and all the rest of that crap.
I heard about that one too.
They tell them all their kids, tell them their IP addresses and all the rest of that stuff. They sort of, just play with their minds. Like, I've actually gone on and off that one, since 2001. It was made in '98.
Well, these kids, they also put a lot of personal information up there as well, not knowing that people will use that against them.
Yeah, it's the naivety of youth.
I don't know if it's really, when it comes, I don't necessarily want to say it's naive. Honestly, it really boils down to the parents.
Honestly, knowing psychology, this sounds like, kids somewhere between 15 to 25. That would be your target age about who probably people who are doing this.
Well, the most recent, the two girls there were two girls, and I believe that the last two were ages 15 and 16. So yeah, it's hitting around. I'm gonna say between anywhere from 13 to 17 of age. I don't really see a 20-something-year-old doing that, but who knows nowadays? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You see mentally challenged, like ones in the 20s who do all that. I see that quite often actually. Like 19, 21, 22, and all that sort of stuff because they've got a mental health issue, and they're even more vulnerable.
Well, yeah, I can see that. So they use the picture of a blue humpback whale.
Right. Are these children all around the globe? Are they
worldwide?
Russia, where the game sort of seems to have emerged, or?
Well, I do know, like I said, it originated in Russia, and I believe, if I'm not mistaken, it has even reached as far as in Europe's concerned, it's reached Greece as well. I personally have not heard anything here on my side in America.
No, I haven't even heard about it in chats.
Yeah, nothing in Australia either. But it doesn't mean that, that there's not a way that people here will be exposed to it somehow, I suppose. Like, kids go look in places everywhere they're not supposed to.
Well, I just think that, this is a terrible act. This is something that they're preying on children.
Oh, this is beyond trolling. This is criminal.
Right.
Yeah, it's like sort of cyber serial killing if you think about it. There's one or a few, maybe a couple of minds behind the mass, of children, based on mind manipulation. Like it's a massive thing. I mean, the authorities should be going after them wholeheartedly.
Yeah, but when it comes to reporting stuff to the authorities and cyber crimes, it takes them fucking ever to get it. They might as well just be messaging one of us to handle it.
Well, we would definitely, do something a lot quicker than them. That's for sure.
They don't have the resources,
Yeah.
Well, they don't have people that actually know what the hell they're doing. Like, even look at the, socket, police body sexual, group in Australia. They don't have anyone really that knows what they're doing with the cyber stuff whatsoever.
Right. And like I was saying with the number, you was asking about the number of deaths. That 130 that's confirmed from this game. It's only between November of 2015 to April of 2016. So,
And the people running this show, they know that they're killing kids, right? Like, it's part of their intent?
Oh, that's
or
their
is it just
intent.
something that's happening?
No, that's absolutely, that's their intent. They're there to, to get these kids to kill themselves. It's like they get off on it.
Fucking sick,
Somebody is messing around with something in the background.
I'm having malfunctions, technical difficulties. I'm sorry, it's probably me. I'm the only one who has a live camera thing going on, so it's got to be me if you're seeing it. I'm trying to knock this off. I got 3 different devices. I got wires all over my lap. I got shit everywhere, man. It's crazy right now. I'm like a cyborg with phones and tablets.
I was like, what are you doing, Jenny Craig? It's funny.
Oh.
Yeah,
sorry,
so
I'm done now. I'm sitting.
As far as the 130 that's in between, authorities again, are stating that only 15 of these deaths are due to this game.
Well, there's probably a lot more that we don't even know about.
Absolutely, and they're only saying 15, probably just to sit there so that way people won't be scared. But I'm pretty sure that a lot of those deaths, are more than 15 confirmation. Confirmed kills.
Well, yeah, there's only 15 confirmed. How many haven't they associated with it? Basically.
Somebody's saying blue whale.
Yeah, that's the
That's what we're
operation.
talking about.
Blue whale. That's what we're talking about. Yeah.
Exactly.
So that's good. So it's good that that
The word's getting around, yeah.
the word's getting around. It's good that other brothers and sisters are out there, and
The more we know about it, the easier it'll be to stop it. The more knowledge on it, the faster we can act. It's too bad we couldn't figure out where the server is. Just get on that right now. Let's do a live op, guys, huh? That'd be kind of cool and impressive.
You mean use this software to cyber troll like I was always joking about?
Yeah, exactly. We could just be sitting here and we could just start doing shit, let the world watch it happen. It'd be pretty badass. I'd be impressed.
I don't even
Is that
know.
too much to do?
Well, give me a profile.
Do we have a lead at all on this? Where's the game started? Where do you find this game at? How do you get to it?
Well, it's basically on social media. I mean, it would be like Twitter. It could be like Instagram. It could
You
be
might
Facebook.
you might find an anonymous Fights Back live edition.
We're gonna have to look into this for maybe the next show, maybe, huh?
Who knows?
No, it'll be not a live edition, but a special edition.
But like I said, we there's already brothers and sisters that are on this, and they're doing their part. Now whether or not, since I just brought it up, to the panel and our viewers, if they want to look into it more, I advise please do so. Look into it. But my main focus on this topic is awareness, and for the parents out there, or for the younger children, to please be aware of this so-called game and to stay away from it, and just ignore it.
In general, monitor what your kids are doing online. There's a lot of things. It's been proven that the games that your kids play, the shows that they watch, it's not even just games, the TV that they watch or the movies that they're watching is indeed infecting their lives. It's changing the way they think. Sure, some games are giving them better eye-hand coordination, but it's also making them, the way that they see danger, the way that they take stress, it changes everything about them. They're more apt to be less, more antisocial towards other people. They're more likely to be more violent in a stressful situation, just in every situation, not only in this game, but just be aware of what your kids are doing online. Don't just assume that they're doing the right thing.
Yeah, please.
Even getting services like NetNanny and those, you can even put, I'm getting some bad echo.
I
don't know.
I got a headset, it's not me.
All right, but no. There's like our guest, he knows that there's stuff you can put in your kid's cell phone. It's almost undetectable, and you can even monitor their text messages.
Everything. Even if you don't have those apps, if you know how to use your browser history and all that, you could just every so often get on there and see where they've been. With your Wi-Fi should have a total history of every site visited, every anything.
No, the tools I'm talking about are more in depth.
Yeah, well, yeah, of course, there's better tools, but most internet comes with basic tools to monitor your kids, I believe, nowadays.
Well, basically, people could actually just use Google itself. It'll tell you a history of everything. It'll tell you a history of where you've been. Tell you what you played, what you're interested in, all the rest of that. That's almost a net nanny in itself. Because parents could log in that at any time, log into that at any time without being on their phone and know what they've been on.
Mm-hmm. And also watch for apps that are made to hide that. That's pretty big flag that they're doing something they shouldn't be to see, like little privacy browsers, tours. Your kids shouldn't be using tours.
Those calculator apps that hide what you're doing and all that sort of stuff. Yeah.
Look, I would even go to the extent to say television as well. Like, just while we're on, the point of sort of kids getting brainwashed, after you were saying, they can be manipulated by certain video games or things like that. I mean, television in itself, I feel many of us have that perspective, can manipulate kids' minds a little bit. The commercials that they see, that makes them want to be materialistic, have things. I just think they're actually also cautious about, things that are coming across the mainstream broadcasts as well.
Sorry.
Yeah, I agree. TV has a lot to be answered for. Like, it's in every home. It, basically determines sort of what kids think is okay.
Yeah, so since we got that out there, George, I'm curious and I'm interested in some things that you wanted to speak about. If you can please speak upon that and let us know what's going on.
Oh, well, at the moment we're working on the anonymous. We're working on the anonymous off-grid one, but actually, what do you call it? The auto post feeding kind of killed that off. So we've started another one up and just called it Living Off Grid Australia, and doing all the natural posts on it. It's sort of growing at the moment, and our aim is to sort of help people that want to actually live off grid, basically join up and pull resources so they can actually achieve it.
Whoa.
What's going on?
Somebody's getting hardcore. Some heavy breathing.
That's right.
What are we doing?
Oh, that was me blowing ashes off of my chest. I apologize. I got a microphone on too. So.
That sounded hardcore.
I was like, did you just drop something that's a felony?
We'll go with that. At least it's not a bong.
Guys, the rationale behind the off-grid thing was, Australia is a really pretty good country for setting up these types of initiatives. There are quite a lot of Australians that are already doing off-grid initiatives all around our country. So that's why, we thought, we'll give it a go to try an Australian off-grid initiative here. A lot of people can come here and be involved in it. It's not just for Australians, it's for people from all over the world that want to try to maybe participate in, a global off-grid community. We've found that it's had a lot of take-up here. People have become very interested in it very quickly. A lot of people from the old hippie generations here retired from, the mainstream system, and, they all went bush here, and they've been living off-grid quite successfully for a long time. So, yeah, that was kind of the rationale behind us trying to start up something for the good, because, after seeing Dakota Access Pipeline and the horrific treatment of the corporations of people over oil, I can't think of a better thing to do than to get people interested in getting off the grid and finding other ways to be sustainable. You can be quite comfortable doing it. You don't have to literally be a caterer. You can do very well.
Well, I do know here in America, the system here fights off-grid living, and they tend to fine people. Yeah, basically it's legal. They fine us, they jail us.
Wow. See, our government seems to be supporting it, oddly. I don't know. Look, I don't think our government are the good guys. I'm still against the whole idea of the system. I think they're all in cahoots in many ways, but they are allowing us for some reason. It might be the vastness of our landscape. There are certain things that they try to inhibit, but it doesn't seem like they're very restrictive. I mean, George, you'd probably be able to comment a bit. You know a bit more about the legalities than I do around it.
Well, the only real restrictions that the government's actually put on it is that they want each, like what they want them to, put in plans for their buildings and all that sort of stuff. So, if you don't put a plan in, like to their planning department and build it, well, they're going to want you to knock it down. And they're going to, like say, maybe put an order in to come and knock it down. If you put in your plans, they'll let you do it, do pretty much anything. And then under that, guys, like depending on what the land's like itself, you can actually hit the government up for a preservation grant of $30,000 per X amount of acres, to preserve. So you can actually have it basically funded by the government, actually helping you know how.
Oh, that's nice. So exactly, so for those who really don't understand off-grid living, I mean, would you mind explaining a little bit of the basics on if people are interested into it? What is it? Some things that individuals can do.
Well, basically, like the individuals, like I've got a good friend. He's in Tasmania. He's got 137 acres there. He's got like there's waterfall, there's rivers on it, all that sort of stuff. So he's actually built shelters there. Like composting toilets and all the rest of that. Actually, this Wednesday he's having an off-the-grid wedding. He's getting married, so I'll be able to post a lot about that actually, because you'll have a million pictures from the wedding.
Nice. Well, congrats to your mate.
No, the big question is, that being for me, you guys have internet?
Yeah, well, that's what I want to do about that, because, like, a lot of people think...
Sorry.
Go ahead.
Oh, sorry, John.
Going into the property that my mate has. All he has... Yeah, my mate, all he has is the internet. But yeah, he has the internet connection because there's a phone line that goes to his property. There's no power whatsoever. So he's got a phone line there that goes to it, and he actually also uses a bit of the phone line, like when he's not using the internet, he uses it as a DC. Uses the DC from it. It's up to 50 volts, and can sort of power a few things.
Nice.
Yeah, sorry, George, I didn't mean to cut you off before. I just wanted to say that, there does seem to be a perception out there that to be off-grid is like, you're some sort of barefoot wilderness, you can't have the comforts of home. But that's been disproven by a lot of, pioneers in this sort of thing. I mean, there's container houses now, there's mini houses now. A lot of people are learning that they don't need, a whole lot of resources, to live and to live happily. A lot of people have taken to sort of travelling around on the road in that way.
Many houses are huge right now.
Exactly. Yeah, over there, you guys have taken off.
Yeah, the little houses.
Yeah.
You got like your little living room with your bedroom above it with like a kitchen and bathroom. All you need pretty much is just like a little trailer frame on wheels, and or just hook up to like some local sewage type thing somewhere.
Or they have like a tub, I guess, a container, and then they can use it as compost as well for if they're doing a garden or farming vegetables or food.
Gotcha.
Exactly.
Right? Am I correct?
Absolutely. You can do something like so that your rainwater, because I know you guys, and I think it's absolutely wrong that they're trying to stop you guys from heating your rainwater.
That's illegal now, if I believe.
Yeah.
That is so wrong. Like, you guys should have already been like revolutioning over just that. But like, they still let us do it, right? And we have with sustainable living, you can use this water to go down off your roof. It can go through your sewage system, and then it can water your plants. You know what I mean? That water can do a whole bunch of things. It doesn't just have to be, flushed, out to sea straight away like that. But, there's a lot of things that people don't realise that they can use to benefit the environment, benefit themselves, save money, and make the most of those resources. So, yeah, look, I think it's just worth people looking into. You guys are basically being stopped in so many ways from doing it. I mean, you need to have a look at that. we haven't been prohibited that much, but I could see it coming. You know, if more people maybe started to try to move off the grid here in Australia, maybe they try and prevent us. I really don't know, but people should have the right.
They can't prevent us on that one, because you look at the town, you look at houses that get built, like say in a suburb just out of town, you know, like say 10, 15 K. It's not on the sewerage system, so they actually make them have what's basically, you know, like what is perfect for off-grid. It's a septic tank or whatever, but it's not a standard one. It will put all the other water and all the rest of that through it, and then it's used for irrigation on your property. I can't remember what they're called exactly. They cost maybe like $2,000 or $3,000 more than a normal sewerage system. And say, like, when people want to build a brand new house out there and they move out there, they actually state that in the legislation that they have to have that now. So it's kind of promoted, you know, you can promote it in a sense if you like use it that way. You know, you don't have to hook any power up, even if you are, you know, like only 15 minutes out of town, live off the grid.
Yeah, well, I mean, maybe I might need to move to Australia.
Generator, you can still have the internet, you know, you can still have certain, you know, well, you can have like most of your appliances, really. You just have to be a little bit savvy about what appliances you choose and how much power they use. And if you use generators and your solar power or your various different methods, you know, you can get by. Like I say, you're not living in the Stone Age by living green. Like, I just want to point that out, because it's funny, as soon as all this off-grid stuff started to take off, I saw a lot of people, you know, just sort of making assumptions that it's a really rough way of living, but it's not the case anymore, right? We've got the technology.
I mean, yeah, that's right. I mean, like you go off grid, like to keep your energy uses down low. You turn around and, you know, like get a gas, like a fridge that runs on LP gas, like the ones, you know, that in caravans used to. I mean, you can build a big one of them. That'd be pretty easy to build. I could probably do up the, you know, diagrams and everything to teach people how to, you know, like change a normal one so it could run off LP gas or whatever.
I mean, my personal opinion on that is, you know, it sounds great because it's like basically minimalizing things you really don't need to what you only need to survive.
Pretty much that's how I live.
That's right.
Hey, Tyler.
I mean, it's a really free way of living. You're not tied down by so much, you know, on your plate, and you know, you save money too. I think that's worth pointing out. I mean, it's sad that we all have to rely on, you know, this currency situation we're bogged into, but we all need finances. And when you can even, you don't have to be fully self-sustainable. You can have a couple of, you know, if you have a backyard, you know, you can have a small herb garden or a small veggie garden, and, you know, that's going to save you money at
you can generate some revenue from that as well.
Well, I mean, I personally garden myself, you know, and I grow my vegetables, but, you know, and the things that I have extra, you know, I'll just give to my neighbors, or I'll give to my kids, you know, parents or something like that, and give it to them. I don't necessarily, me personally, I'm not saying it's wrong or whatever, you know, going to
Yeah, that was actually one thing I wanted to do. Because in 2014 I was a CEO of a company, and I wanted the profits of it to actually be used to going to building vertical gardens around, you know, around the world to feed poor people. And then, I was kind of forced to step down as CEO, and they wound the company up and ripped everyone off.
Oh wow!
Yeah, they ripped everyone off. So I owned 30% of the company, and I got absolutely nothing out of it. And in 2000, I gave away $84 million worth of digital currency in 2014. I've still got I've still got $114 million worth of digital currency that I can never actually retrieve because I don't even have the hard drives anymore.
Wow.
There was actually one stage that I technically owned 1% of Bitcoin.
Well, we got to break here. Hey, Tyler, I don't know if, are we not streaming video other than just like our voices right now?
Yeah. We're just streaming the icon.
Okay, cool. I was having people saying they can't see anything, so I was just like, oh, that's weird. I just thought I'd throw it out there.
No. We did that on purpose.
Okay, cool. I mess with your camera stuff too much, aren't I?
No.
I'm a controversial one. Look out.
I talked about why we were doing that before we did all the show.
That's cool. I just had people wondering if it was on purpose or if it was a glitch, so I thought I'd bring it up to you. I didn't know. Moving on.
I'll explain after the show again.
That's all good. No worries. No worries.
Yeah, sorry for all the individuals that want to see, Crazy Wolf.
I fuck around. I'm sorry. 10 whole viewers, my whole follow base. Shame.
What did your girlfriend say about that?
Oh, she loves it. About time those women can't watch you no more. I'm sick of your shit. That's what she told me.
So over there in Australia, I'm curious, what is it? What is for your type of environment? What's good to grow over there?
Well, we've got a
you can
really
pretty much
diverse
grow it.
environment. Go ahead, George. You're right.
Yeah, no, it's just we can pretty much grow anything. It's like say depending on where you are, but the climate itself, like it's that good. You can grow enough food like for yourself and for many people, like pretty easily. Because the weather's actually perfect for growing shit. So you can grow whatever.
So the soil's really good over there. It's fertile.
Yeah, very fertile soil and no snow. Only one small part of Australia. Much of it's tropical climate. We do have a desert climate, which is obviously a little bit more harsh.
I thought like most of Central Australia is like a basic desert, right? All right.
Yeah, it's like a big desert basically. Out there's not a lot. This is the interesting thing about Australia. Like we're such a massive continent. The majority of our population lives on the outskirts of Australia, which is along the east coast. Now that is, all really fertile tropical environment, and down to Tassie, it gets a bit colder down in Tasmania.
Tasmania gets a bit colder. I actually spent 2 years living in the rainforest in Tasmania. Yeah, like I was pretty much off the grid there, sort of thing. I used to only see people every 8 to 10 weeks.
Another thing that I don't know if you guys have going over there, but here in Australia, we have these things that I think you do have them there, because my partner does a lot of research. They're called like food forests. And people will just take a block of land and they'll just plant a whole bunch of different fruit trees on it, and people are able to, take advantage of that resource.
Well, I do know of individuals that do, we call it permaculture.
Permaculture, that's it.
Permaculture, to where we'll do flowers and a garden and trees mixed in all together. And it's not really that big per se. It's getting bigger. The permaculture is environment. It's the word is getting spread out there, and people are more interested into it.
You got the permaculture, and then you've got aquaculture. Like aquaculture goes, like say, breed fish, you use the like waste from them as fertilizer and the food for all your plants.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, we've been looking into that as well, because my partner and I, we really want to get to the point where we can be off grid, and the tilapia is a great idea. You can have with all the FEMA and a little bit of distrust about some of the fish coming out of the ocean. I mean, even over here in Australia, we're starting to be a little bit concerned about the quality of some of the ocean life. You can have your own fish and see, how healthy they are.
I thought they used a lot of like koi fish when it comes to aqua farming and everything like that, or I guess I might not be too familiar with it, but I'm assuming.
One of the ones I've heard. I don't know.
Over here, where I've seen it done on a large scale, like in a model, like a farmer. He spent about $500,000 on a setup, and he actually did it all with trout. He grew strawberries. He grew strawberries and daffodils is what he grew.
Right.
And he grew the daffodils and all that sort of stuff, so he could actually sell them on the on the Memorial Days and all that sort of stuff. But that actually they sell a bunch of daffodils. He makes a bloody fortune off it.
Right. Nice.
Sorry, I was laughing because one guy, Danny, Donald, I like that one. Whatever comments are.
What is
What are you doing? You reading the live feed?
Yeah, he's talking about growing poppies, and I was like joking. I have a fond memory. Did I ever tell you guys this story? One of my neighbors got raided for growing marijuana. This is back in Cali before the laws get different. And in my house, there I was growing Papavera somniferum in my front yard, and they were just about to bloom in the DEA, and the cops just walking by, and they didn't say shit about the poppies.
Probably didn't know what they were. Nowadays, not a lot of people are trained in what that is. And plus, you can buy those from art sites now. You can buy them online, seeds, and you can grow them for art. You just can't harvest the seeds anymore, or whatever it is. The oils, you can't harvest the oil, I guess. I don't know exactly what it is, but you can legally grow that poppy.
Yeah, the same poppy that's on, used for seasoning.
Mm-hmm.
Or on your bagels.
Yeah. Because it comes up in tests, doesn't it?
It does.
Yeah.
It does.
So anyhow, sorry.
Oh no, you're right. I was just gonna what was I gonna say? I just lost my train of thought. But yeah, with okay, yes, I've got it back now. So in Australia, one thing I've noticed with supermarkets and people are going more the commercial way of living and the convenience way and supporting big markets. I don't know if you guys have this. We have Kmart, we have Coles, we have Target. You guys might have other guys. I think you have Walmart.
Oh yeah, no, we got all of that too.
Yeah, well, like as soon as the general public support these guys, and look, I know it's convenient and they're open later and all that sort of stuff, but the more that we support them, the more we lose our power, because I've noticed in some Australian communities we've become a bit more savvy to that. We've gone back to buying from our local butcher, we've gone back to buying from our local grocer, and we're not trying to support these big conglomerates anymore, because what we've noticed as well is this self-service thing. I don't know if you've seen it over there, but our young kids are losing their jobs because of these corporations. They are setting up self-service terminals, and our kids therefore lose their job as checkout, clerks and things like that. So yeah, we're moving away from it. Well, I am trying to.
We got a lot of that here too.
Yeah, good. Yeah, because I think it's good for people to be savvy about that. If we end up with nothing but say a Walmart or nothing but a Coles, then we're at their mercy. They can charge us whatever they want. They can make the quality of our food less, like they have. So I think I've noted that here in Cairns, it's really good. We have a lot of local butchers, and a lot of people go to them, and it's so much cheaper. You would not believe it. We can get like 3 times the amount of meat. It's way more better quality.
Well,
I'm
glad you hit that point, because I'll go to the local stands or the farm markets or whatever, and it's not cheaper where I live. It's actually 3-4 times more expensive, and that's fine. I mean, is it right? No, but I do it, and I support our local farmers and markets, because I don't necessarily want to go to Walmart. Not only I don't want to see ass crack and all this craziness that's over there, and the rudeness, but it's about supporting the community and going to local owners that their money that they make actually goes to their family. It's a lot harder over here, like I said, because of the financial barriers between going to a major supermarket than to your local store. So, but me personally, I try as much as I can to buy from the local butcher and the local, getting the fresh vegetables in the gardens if I'm not growing something at that certain time from them. So it amazes me when you sit there and say that, it's 3 times cheaper and you get more. That's to me.
Yes, I want to. I have to comment on that because there's a really important reason why that is. Look, I've moved all around Australia since sort of awakening to what was going on and getting out of corporate Sydney. I've moved all around my country and I have seen various different situations. And now some of these situations are the fact where, like in Sydney, for example, if you try and buy something that's organic and fresh, you are going to pay a fortune for it. You're not going to get it anywhere near as cheap as you're going to get it from Coles. But outside of that, in the general community where we have farmers, where we have actual farmers that are living in the community, they are sort of fighting back as well. And now the community, see, it takes a long time for these initiatives. Cairns is actually one of the only places in Australia where I've seen it really working. It's my hometown. But there are some places where are managing to fight back and have dropped the prices because of that. But other places are still stuck. And in fact, some places are only stuck with a Coles or a Woolworths. They don't have that option anymore. Their butchers died. They went out of business. Their groceries are gone. You know what I mean? So it's sort of like we haven't really won the battle, but it's just good to try and lead by example. And I just want to point out some of those communities that, are doing. Yeah.
So Australia, right? I guess you could say it's very westernized. It's very American influenced because I personally have a friend that's from New Zealand, and what he says is that he laughs at me when I sit there and say, I pay more money for organics, and he's like, well, over here everything is organic. We don't just have a so-called organic. It's automatically organic, and they don't really have a very big problem with Monsanto and the GMOs.
Exactly. The corporate stranglehold that makes things as they are, and we are, I agree with you 100%, we are extremely Americanized. We always have been. Our national identity is very well based around you guys. It's strange because we are part of the Crown. We're a colony of the Crown and entitled to the Crown, but we always sort of look up to America a lot, but then there was 9/11 and then we were like, and yeah, but that's the general idea from my perspective anyway.
I was going to say, yeah, America's a pretty spooky place.
Yeah, you guys are pretty full on, you've done some absolutely amazing things in history, with your country, and some outstanding things, and then I can see why the people of your country would be a little bit frustrated because something that was meant to be the leading, a sort of a force for the world to maybe lead by example because you were such a powerful nation that you could have done so much good that things have turned out so corrupt.
Well, if you trace back where the downfall was, it was 10 years after I believe our country's establishment. And I know I'm probably going to get the bullshit card on this one, so correct me if I'm wrong, right? So it was 1785 or 1795, our country was bankrupt. And I believe that they did bring in the World Banks at one point and they kicked them out and then brought them back.
Yeah, they kicked them out and then they brought them back in 1930.
1913, the establishment of the Federal Reserve. Yeah.
Yeah. And I think that you've had some presidents possibly wiped out over this. Fed, I don't know if it's common knowledge and other things have been blamed, but I feel as though, this push to have this financial strangleholds, cause some of these people that are up above us, all this conflict. It's not good for humanity because the thing is, money isn't technically real, resources are. And if we keep using money the way that we are, we're not going to have an earth or resources left. So
have you guys ever seen that correlation between they call it human farming, and he who controls the resources has all the power? And you guys ever seen that video?
Yeah, I think I have.
I haven't seen that one. I've seen my one.
But yeah, it's key, the resource thing, and they're being exploited, and that's a main concern for humanity. I think that's what I think. No Dakota Access Pipeline resonated so much with everybody, Because to me, like, it highlights, I mean, even if you think back to when you're a little child and you watch a movie about what's right and what's wrong. I mean, Fern Gully, for one example, you know, corporations are not supposed to be able to, you know, mow over, you know, the will of, you know, these beautiful Native American people that have already suffered so much. To do that to the land, like, water is no question more valuable than oil. So what are they thinking, like, what right? You know, so, you know, I don't think people should ever stop speaking out against what these corporations are doing, because it's generally wrong, like, just in ethical terms, it's wrong. You know this.
Hold on a second.
No, what we did at, you know, or what was going on? Do you guys hear me?
Just so you guys know,
Yeah,
I am
we're
here. I'm eating though, so that's why I'm muted, just in case you're wondering. I am here.
Oh, no, what happened at DAPL is basically, you know, we proved the point that, you know, we can give, you know, the corporate, we can give the oil industry and the corporations the middle finger. And if we keep on doing stuff like this, we can move mountains.
Yeah, that's right.
Exactly,
Nothing's
and it's
impossible.
already got to the point. We gave them too much power. Like, I mean, this is us. Like, we gave out, you know, certain individuals too much power, too much money, and now they're taking liberties with that power. But, you know, we gave them that power, so surely we can take it away as people, you know, not in a, like, I'm against really violence, and I don't want people to suffer. I want it to stop. But I mean, we need to show that solidarity that what these guys are doing is wrong. And I just hope more people keep waking up to that and keep.
The problem isn't only with the corporation. The problem is that our governments are backing it up, and they're using law enforcement based on, you know what the people want and what the establishment want and the corporations want are like two completely different things. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, well, I mean, the establishment says it stands for certain things, but in the end of the day, it tends to side with the corporations. Like, I've seen that in
everybody's in everybody's pockets, and it all revolves around money. You know.
Exactly, it's the money in the end, and again, they're wasting the resources the whole time that this is happening.
So I have
the only way
another
to
question
actually
too, though. You know, solar energy, solar panels. You know, it's very costly over here. Is it costly over there? You know, for using solar energy or wind energy or water energy.
Yeah.
If you install solar on your property, you actually get rebates off the government. So you could basically, I think there's a program now where you get 2.5 to 3 kilowatts or whatever, and it basically only costs you $1,000 out of your pocket. The government subsidy the rest.
Yeah, most people that I know that do it, they don't pay an electricity bill, and it ends up paying for itself, the investment. The government changes hands though, and sometimes they'll do a dodgy deal on us, and we try and get solar, and we end up getting a shit deal, and we can't get good value out of it. But because I was in real estate for a little while, and I spoke to a lot of people about this, and they did say 9 out of 10 of them that I spoke to did say they were having a benefit from it, and they got onto a deal with our government that had given us a rebate. But like I say, it changes. That's the problem of being at the will of the government. That the government changes its mind sometimes and can be harsh on the people, and doesn't listen to the general will of the people. So we get that in here too. So they sort of support us in some ways, depending on who's got control. And, we've got Labor and Liberal. I don't know, it's a bit similar to your, I don't know, your politics are a lot more complicated than ours, I think.
Yeah, like Democratic, Republican, Liberal, yeah.
Yeah, and how you guys elect your president and all that is very different from us.
Yeah, the only way we about it and everything would be, like if we actually turned around and, like basically, every one of us believes in ourselves and that sort of thing. So we're actually, by definition, we're actually a religion ourselves. Like each and every person, like in the world, they believe in themselves. If they didn't believe in themselves, they wouldn't do anything.
Yeah, it's true. It's just that people shy from the word religion, I find, these days, because it's been abused so much by so many different sects and different, you know what I mean? Like I don't like putting a name on anything too much. But there's a way, I think, for us to be united, but it's almost like, to me, unspoken. Like, that's why I always talk about the revolution of consciousness. Like, sometimes you guys just kind of know what I'm on about. Like,
well, have you ever, I don't know, remember when I was like doing I think I showed you that video. No, I didn't. And it was talking about how the revolution would start, and I remember Steve Grant was even talking about this, that, when it comes to the revolution, it comes to the mind. And one of the videos that I was posting for a while was more on the spirituality aspect. And I'm not talking about God. I'm talking about being in tune with nature and, being who you are as a self-identity. It's almost as though if we don't change ourselves in our mindset, in our mind frames, that's where the true revolution starts,
Exactly, yeah. In that way, it's sort of, we are spiritual people, like humans are spiritual, but because of control and because of manipulation, that idea has been tainted. But we have that in our hearts. We have a conscience, like we feel things, So in that sense, that's the oneness or the consciousness that I would put faith in, you know what I mean, in that sense. That's why I'm happy to dedicate my life to doing what I do to share this message with people, because it's just logical for me. It's a progression, this is what my life is probably meant for.
Hey, I'm not, I just jumped in here. I'm not exactly sure what you guys are on about, like, overall, but I'll definitely agree with you there. I do feel like that this is what my life was meant for, was to bring about major change to this world somehow, some way.
Would you like to introduce yourself to our viewers, so that way they know who's speaking now?
It's Edward. Yeah, I haven't been here for quite a few shows, but yeah, I'm back tonight.
Yeah, my bad about starting the streams. I just started it. I was like,
No, it's all good. That means we got to go on time. I needed to go. Like, I was busy getting like everything set up in the program, and I was like, God, I haven't eaten and the show's on in like 20 minutes. I need to like run go get something somewhere.
Right.
But yeah, since you guys had it going and I didn't know a whole lot about that blue whale thing, and that's what you guys started with, I took the opportunity to throw some weed cookies in the oven.
Yeah, I'm really glad you brought up blue whale, because it hadn't been brought to my attention until today, actually. I hadn't actually. I think I'd seen it posted, but it sort of skimmed past it, basically. I didn't really read it because it was in a group that wasn't really reputable.
Right.
So I thought, I didn't read the story. I didn't know, I just saw the picture written there.
Well, I posted it. I posted it on my page. I don't know. It was probably last week. And I had a few people sit there and tell me, it looks like it's not true. It's false. And
well, for every one of those fucking stories, there is, and I have seen the most bizarre shit on the internet, and for every 10 of those stories, a couple of them pan out,
Right.
Yeah. There are some really sick, disturbing people out there.
Well, absolutely. I'm just one out there to try to stick towards that truth.
Well, I mean, with the dark net on the internet, that caters to all kind of stuff, and there's some really weird shit down there.
Remember Red Rooms? Remember the Red Rooms back in 2012? Everybody was saying, like, have you ever seen a Red Room? And I'm like, what the fuck is that? And then somebody explained it to me. I'm like, do people really do that shit on the internet?
Yeah, I have no idea what that one is. Probably don't want to know.
You don't want to know.
I mean, I've seen just like, really weird shit, like, really occult websites and like on the dark net, and like a lot of stuff claiming to be connected to the Illuminati. And it's like, it's not like your average, like what you would see on the regular internet with like Illuminati.com, give us $30 and join now. It's like really freaky shit. So I mean, God knows what you can stumble on the internet. So for that story, I mean, yeah, it's pretty out there, but at the same time, man, this is the internet. People do all kind of fucked up shit all day on the internet, and it's not good.
Adam is saying that red rooms are real, and Adam, like, I don't even want to get into that. That's like taking something to a whole nother level.
Well, my thing, as far as, our blue whale's concerned, excuse me, I got a little cold. It seems like, it could be, like Pizzagate could be contributed with this. And the satanic, rituals. I mean, now I'm throwing out there. Now I'm going out there to the left side.
Well, they've got all kind of conspiracy theories around stuff like the ice bucket challenge, like how that was a mass baptism for global purification and shit.
Right, the cleansing.
So, I mean, who knows who really started that shit? Who knows what the purpose behind it really is? I mean, nothing's that far-fetched these days.
No, because a lot of our conspiracies actually do come true.
I hate being that guy that's always sitting there like, I fucking told you so.
Yeah, because of that sort of thing, like when people see that, if I say something and then like ages later, they're like, oh, hang on, I remember George saying something about that. So like on one website I go to and chat to people, they actually call me the Aussie Jesus. Funny.
Yeah, you know what's really weird is I don't see any of the really weird stuff like on I2P. It's very centralized to the darknet. Like maybe it's just I don't know. Maybe.
Hey, one thing. Can I just mention though the Facebook BBC thing, because I mean, what the hell? Like that was on Facebook. Like apparently, do you guys hear about that?
I didn't.
You haven't?
No, I have not. No.
Apparently, Facebook had reported BBC for being involved with certain pedophilia groups in amongst Facebook, and it's like, you can Google it. Like, I got the article and I was like, what the hell? And then I looked it up, and it's around. So have a look.
They get the FBI charge them or something. They're trying or something, wasn't it?
Yeah, there's an article on it. I should pull it up. I'll try and pull it up. But I'll have a look. Yeah, I'm surprised that you guys aren't aware of it.
Well, I've been quite busy. I've been, working and my kids, and I just haven't had the time to really do any type of reading here lately. So I just had some things on the back of my mind that I was familiar with, and just catching up and reading.
Well, here it is. Facebook asked BBC the sexual images found in Facebook groups caused police when BBC complains. Facebook, like just about any other social network, and indeed countless websites, is home to all manner of objectionable and even illegal content. A BBC investigation found that Facebook was failing to remove sexualized images of children from groups after they were reported, calling in question Facebook's moderating process. Accounts for convicted pedophiles also remain online after they were reported. When the BBC pointed out to Facebook that less than 20% of the reported images were removed, Facebook asked to see the images that were being investigated. When the BBC complied with the request, Facebook reported the corporation to the police for distributing illegal images. The social network.
What? No, dude, that's crazy.
There's your picture. So I thought that was like everywhere.
Wow, so Facebook is allowing this to just breed in their network, but if you complain about it too loud, they're gonna turn you over to the police.
Yeah, well, I've known people that.
I can tell you what happened a couple of years ago, right? A couple of years ago, there was a group on Facebook, and like basically in the title explanation of it, they explained that it was designed for to basically have pictures of you're selling pictures of kids before they were kidnapping them. There was 34,000 people in that group, and I grabbed all their IP addresses, all their MAC addresses, and all that, and I actually gave as many of the geolocations I could to the authorities. Media reported saying that there was a group shut down on Facebook with over 10,000, but yeah, that was really 34,000, and there was about 4 other groups that probably would have totaled another 50,000.
And we had a similar thing happen with a hate crime in Kalgoorlie as well, where an Indigenous person was killed. And funnily enough, I was a member, I lived in Kalgoorlie, so I was a member of their public group page. And they were vigilantes posting things about murdering Indigenous Australians on that page, which got funneled to the right people, and that all become public knowledge. But I don't know if it's, Facebook finds it difficult to moderate all this stuff, but, some stuff, bad stuff happens,
Well, sadly, the way Facebook moderate it, they actually don't really have a person look at it the first report they get. It automatically goes through a filter, and it sort of checks like that, but it doesn't really check shit. The only way that they actually will stop them is if it has gone through a physical moderation. Like whether like one of their team members, like at work for them, actually see it, and then they'll go, hang on, that's not right, and it's gone. But if you ever find those sort of pages, if you threaten Facebook, say if you report it and they say, oh, hang on, that's not against our terms. If you go back and you state in it that you're going to send it to the media and all the rest of that, they'll relook at it and say that they've reviewed it and found it to be not to comply, and they'll remove it. You've just sort of got to do it in that way.
Yeah, well, it's kind of crazy, because out here it's like if we even try to report an IP address or if we record something, for say invading somebody's privacy, even though they're the ones who did something terribly wrong, we'll be the ones who get charged with a computer crime.
We can't be charged if we're in the same conversation, though. That's the thing. So if you're in a conversation actually speaking to them, you can record it. So and then you can sort of use it because you're a part of it.
Right.
It'd be unless they stated beforehand that there was you couldn't do it, and they made you sign something.
Look, in the case with Kalgoorlie, guys, I can say that, the community, things have been heating up for a long time. There's a lot of mining happening there on Indigenous land, and the Indigenous people are in poverty, and there's a lot of crime from the Indigenous people against the miners there. So, basically they get on these community groups and they talk about, ways that they might do things to them. And, it was all... in that community, it was sort of that racist attitude was very accepted. And when this young boy was murdered, it all come to a head. And like I say, what was going on within that page, because of certain people making sure that it got out there, because they did try to censor, they did try to shut down the page, they did try to cover it all up, but by then it was too late, and the media had a hold of it and exposed sort of the town for what was going on.
Oh, yeah, and you always remember, if you ever see anything that comes up that you actually want the media to get hold of, I've got all the contacts with the media, even in the US and that, on my LinkedIn, they all connected with me because a lot of them had did interviews with me when I was the CEO of Diamond Circle.
So George, if anybody wanted to participate and help out with your cause, do you have a website, or do you have something to let our viewers know how they can get in contact with you and be a part?
Well, yeah, they can get in contact with me either just by my Facebook. By my Facebook, because sadly the bloody US State Department had my personal Facebook page removed because I made a post and I stated what nodes and IP addresses to attack to prevent the US launching a nuclear strike. So my page was shut down. It's not published, it's still on Facebook, but yeah, if I made other people admins, they could still see the posts that I made that made them shut it down.
All right. Edward, you got something to say? You got something on your mind you want to speak about tonight?
Well, I didn't really have any topics myself tonight. I was just going to hop on and just, fill in with you guys, chat with what you guys had to talk about.
Did you?
I've been kind of out of the loop for the last few days on everything, so I don't, not too up to date on the new happenings. We seem to pretty much knock out the events of the day every show.
Right.
No,
I'm about a week behind, man. I'll be doing episode 6 over here.
No, there was that rock block going on over in Naples, Italy today. Rupley showed it. Did you miss
But
it?
they had a riot over there today, right?
Yep.
Oh, damn. No, I missed that too.
I got the link. I sent it to you, man. You're like you finally figured out who I am. They sent it to you.
That was funny.
Yeah, I'll have to go back and look at that when I sit back down at the computer.
Well, Tyler, do you wanna hit up on that in case anybody don't know anything about what was going on over there?
Yeah, let me see the actual what Rupley said. Hold on. What does it say?
I'm sorry, I'm still just sharing.
Where's Wolf? Is he just eating a bag of chips, or what is he doing?
Oh shoot.
So do you know if this stuff that popped off in Italy, if that was because over there in Europe and stuff, they do a lot of anniversary things. So they'll riot on anniversaries of big events. Or do you know if like something specifically triggered this to go down today?
I was at work, but it was like something that triggered it. It wasn't like an anniversary or anything like that.
No, it says protesters are rallying in Salvini's visit to Naples.
Whose visit now? You cut out when you said the name.
Salvini's?
I have no idea who that is.
Well, I don't know. It was a big riot.
Well, I mean, it's going down in every country right now. Everybody is on the rise, so we're gonna start seeing that sort of thing happening, almost weekly.
Well, people are just getting tired of getting overran by the government,
Walked on like we're nothing.
Right. People want their freedoms. People are tired of getting abused.
We are people, not numbers.
Right.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm back, by the way.
Oh well, welcome back. I was wondering where you were at.
I was eating. It was monkey
so
time.
you weren't eating a bag of chips?
No, I was eating. It was a Subway sandwich, man.
Oh, nice. I did hear that Subway does
doesn't it usually come with a bag of chips?
It does come with a bag of chips, but I got cookies though. I like my cookies.
I did hear that there was an article that Subway's chicken is not really chicken.
Well, I don't eat chicken, so it's okay.
It's not chicken.
Yeah, like
it's that test tube shit. You get it in a tube and you push it out into a shape, kind of like when you make cookies, and you push it into this shape, and then you bake it, and then when it bakes like a cake, it turns into chicken.
Yeah, I wasn't able to read any articles upon it, but I had a friend that he was doing the Subway diet.
It's nasty, bro.
He said that it was on the news, it was in the paper, stating that Subway's chicken was not actually chicken. And I was like,
neither is McDonald's chicken.
Who's posting all those comments in our feed?
Not I.
Who's commenting? It might be Roger.
What comment?
No, it's one of us.
Oh, is
Speaking
it?
of Roger, I don't know if you guys want to hear about Roger at all?
Talk about squirrels.
Roger sent me a friend request.
What?
Do not. I wouldn't. I don't know. Yeah, I've been getting a lot of reports about him. He's been doing some bad things out there.
Well, I definitely didn't accept it.
He's very wary. A couple of people have told me that he is indeed a informant for Facebook. I don't know what that means exactly. He is a direct...
Well, you can actually check that out. You can check that out. Like when you do that sort of stuff, when you work for Facebook, you basically you do it. You're under a 6-month friggin' contract or whatever, and you're under a non-disclosure agreement. Because like I've done stuff for Facebook before, and then I turned around and like went all against it on a technicality. Me and Mark Zuckerberg sort of had messages back and forth. And in the messages back and forth, I stated to him that if he actually replied to me again, like I'd see it as like him giving me permission to access the Facebook service, do as I please, like whenever I please. And he came back at me and said he'd like to see me try. So there's my legal permission to do what the hell I want on Facebook.
Oh, hey, tear it up, man. Tear it up.
Right. That's what this guy was. what Roger guy was saying. He was saying he was friends with Mark, saying he told me that he wanted me to hack somebody and that I had permission directly from Mark Zuckerberg himself. And he sent me a message telling me that Mark Zuckerberg said, "Go ahead and hack this guy."
No,
now
no,
I'm just
no,
like,
no,
yo,
I saw the message.
Mark actually has.
Yeah, and like it was
He
totally
actually
weird.
has 20,000 friends. That was on his direct friend list. And you know, like so, we still see like every one of his family posts that everyone else didn't see. What you see on his thing, probably only 1% of us had posted on it. The rest of it's like personal stuff. But after he and I had an argument sort of thing, he moved me off his friends list, so I'm only a follower now.
trippy is what it is. I don't know. I don't trust the guy. That's all I'm saying. Be careful with him.
No, I don't trust him. Have you ever heard of Mark Monitor?
Mark is a grandson of.
Some of that actually oversees a lot of Google's like data farming.
Yeah, we talked about that the other show, didn't we, Wolf?
Yeah, we did.
He has access to his Google password.
You know what I'm talking about.
I got you, brother.
I don't know. If I start thinking somebody's an informant, anything. So check it out. Over the last week, I have been messing with socks, all right? I have had a sock deleted every single day. 3, maybe 4 days in a row now. I'm on my 4th sock. I'm not really doing anything bad. I'm making them, and by the time I wake up, they're gone.
So wait. Are you using the same IP when you're creating these?
Well, yeah, I got like 3 different devices I bounce around on.
that might be part of the problem.
But I'm using a VPN, making them, obviously, you know.
You got to use a different IP and keep it on that IP for a little while, and then start playing around with different IPs. Also, they use tracking for using search browsers and stuff like that, and even in the app.
So basically, if you want to do it, you want to turn around and go and be using a revolving VPN. So that's changing all the time, and a revolving.
I have one of those. And
then, because otherwise, if you don't use a Max Woofer, they can identify your like what you're using, whether it be smartphone, tablet, laptop, or whatever. And they can actually seek it out and know everything that you go on the internet.
I have 2 different revolving VPNs.
That's how exactly catch like pedophiles and stuff like that. Like,
exactly.
A lot of the pedo hunters will just like get off them and
call
take
us
over their
ghosts.
account, sort of stuff.
We are
Whereas
ghosts.
if they actually shared their MAC address, they're guaranteed to actually be able to track them down like wherever. You can track them down on the dark web.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, I do. I have 2 different VPNs running at all times. I have my developer options unlocked with mock location turned on with the app. I can set my location to be anywhere in the world. However, if I forget to turn one of them on, it knows. You can find it out exactly. I got to have it all going at the same time. And even then, it's not that hard to figure out. I'm just using a cell phone and a tablet. I don't have a PC, so I can't really run anything high powered. I don't pay for for programs, so I use free stuff.
There is actually a way if you are only using tablets and your phones and all that sort of stuff. Remote desktop, and you sort of pop them either in the bloody cloud somewhere or like wherever the hell. You can pop them on all those free websites. So you could actually have it on a different free website name, different IP, like through whatever DNS, and just have it totally.
So remote desktop, you say, huh?
Yeah, doing a remote desktop login. That's how I actually bypassed the whole and I didn't pay for internet for 2 years by using a remote desktop.
Yeah, see, I am slightly new at this whole thing. I think I've only been an Anon for like a year, and I think I've only actually been like an effective Anon for like 6 months, if that maybe, and I'm still learning.
Just sort of reach out. Like, I'm a cryptographic developer, and I've got heaps of resources, and like most things, I'll reverse engineer, and I'll make sure that every part of it, pretty much sweet to use, or but if it isn't, I'll make a modification to it, and then I'll go use it myself. To share it with just a couple of people, sort of thing.
Interesting. Well, thanks for the advice, brother. I'm sure other people appreciate that also out there.
How, having done that, what are some of the programs you've encountered that have issues like that? that you would need to want to rewrite some malicious code out of?
Well, a lot of these so-called, fully encrypted messages and all the rest of that. Because, like I said before, 256-bit encryption only takes 11 minutes to crack if you know how to do it. So it doesn't matter what key you got. So if you're using SHA up to 512 crackable, 512 will take you maybe around about 10 to 13 hours or something like that. But that sort of shows that anything actually can be hacked. You just got to know how.
So, Wolf, what's on your mind, brother? You got anything going on in that head of yours?
Tons of things going on, dude. I've had a headache all day. I'm sore. That's about it. I kind of did a bunch of research on what you talked about with that video game, but now we've moved on from that topic.
Right.
Just building, trying to figure out who my rat is. Actually, that's kind of what I've been focusing on. Who has been ratting me out? And I hate to say it, but I think I know who it is.
Well, we don't know. You'll find out soon.
Well, I tried not adding them as a friend, and so far, since I have not added them as a friend, I have outlived all my other profiles.
There you go.
It's unfortunate. That person was very close to me.
Obviously not.
Girlfriend status. See, the thing is, I think I know why I kind of upset her. I set another girl as married on my profile, and I think that's why she's been shutting me down.
Yeah, I did that.
That would explain it, bro.
On my website, I actually turned around and she reported, she logged into a whole heap of stuff. She used all my ID that I'd left at her house to apply for all these different loans. So she borrowed about $200,000, got $150,000 with a credit card and all that crap in your name.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I've been fucking around. It's fun. I've been enjoying my lols lately.
So
at the expense of my girlfriend.
So George and Unicorn, being in Australia, I have a question.
Yes, go ahead.
As far as in homeschooling for children, how does your government look at it? Is it a positive thing? Is it a negative thing? As far as in homeschooling, is it required for children to be into a public school?
Yeah, that is one thing that our government really insists upon. We have a pretty rigorous education program, and in my opinion, it's not constructive really for children's education. There are some things, we call them Steiner schools, I think. I don't know what name you have for them. There are certain schools that are not government run. We have private schools, but that's again different. That's usually a religious-based education system, and they usually just have a lot more funds and money, so better resources for the children. Public education is obviously government, and then we have some small schools that are run by, let's say, my hometown. There's a school there called Tallerwood, and it's run by the community. And I don't know how they go about getting their funding, but my sister did attend. And it's a lot. It's aimed at obviously teaching kids about how to garden, a little bit more respect for nature, and a different spin on the education process. They still learn to read and write, but it's in a different kind of environment. But yeah, no, we don't get a lot of support of it. And if we choose to do certain things, I don't want to go here or there with the vaccination issue. But at the moment, if you do not vaccinate your children in Australia, then you cannot educate them. They will not allow them to go to school.
Funny how they're a threat to the other kids when all the other kids had the shots, right?
Your
kid cannot go to school here if he doesn't get shots.
Yeah, that's the same problem we have over here in America as well.
Yeah, they do it to us.
Yeah,
it's exactly the same. I mean, they won't get a government either if they don't have all their immunisations.
I mean, even though it's proven that a lot of these shots create autism in our kids.
Mm-hmm. population control. It's who knows what they're putting into us. We're just guinea pigs, man.
Yeah, well,
they're just shoving us.
Sorry,
Go ahead.
with me, my mother vaccinated me. I had all of my vaccinations, right, and I had no problem. And I was a product of the system at one point, and I would have said at one point that I believed that people should have their vaccinations, right? Like I say, I'm neither here nor there because I've met a few people since then who have been felt implored to have these vaccinations, and their children have died. They've died. So that's the reality of the fact that I know people who have suffered, and even my own partner, he got a vaccination before we went to Thailand, and he ended up with symptoms of encephalitis, and it scared the living shit out of me. He didn't know who he was or where he was for 5 days. So since then, I've been thinking very, very heavily about vaccination, particularly if I have a child, because I know that my government's going to try and force me and make me feel like a monster if I don't do it. But I'm terrified of what's going to happen, particularly because of my partner's reaction. So that's sort of, just a bit of insight into one person.
What's going on, Nelson?
It sounds like he's vacuuming. Are you vacuuming?
I don't know what he's doing.
He
I know
was
what.
blowing before, and now he's, I don't know, like he's playing up.
Oh, were you talking about the vaccinations?
Yeah.
Oh, are you with us now?
Sorry, I was trying to figure out what was going on in the background.
Okay.
So yeah, when you talk to vaccinations, when I was a kid, you only needed like 12 shots. Now kids are needing legally needing like 40 shots, and a lot of the preservatives that are in these vaccines is not good shit. And then there are also these other studies on some of these inoculations or vaccinations are completely not even how should I say it? Medically necessary.
It's just poison.
Yeah.
It's poison. They're putting poison into these vaccines, mercury, all different types of really bad stuff. And that's actually what's causing the early onset of developmental issues like autism and different spectrum disorders.
Well, what they said? They said is that, their argument is from the pharmaceutical company is that the derivative of mercury that they are using, which is it's chemically different. They're saying that it's safe. Well, it's not exactly. When you do,
a bullet's not safe no matter how much you look at it. You know what I mean? It's not going to change its form.
Well, no, I mean chemically it is different. It does have different properties, but when you're dealing with heavy metals, and even when they're chemically similar, they still have the same. They still do the same things in the body, and heavy metals. By nature, the body tries to store them like a nutrient, and that's because it's also a poison. So, there are safer preservatives that you can use for vaccinations. The problem is that it cuts down the shelf life of these medications to a month or so. So, natural stuff like egg yolk and stuff like that.
Do you guys remember the Ebola outbreak recently?
Well,
yeah.
Yeah.
Well, sorry, me pothead. But I remember when the outbreak happened, as Anonymous, the first thing we do is we verify before we vilify. And I actually met some other activists that were helping children that were orphaned. And they were telling me that the CDC and WHO came into their villages, real poverty-stricken villages where parents are going to do anything to support their children.
And we're talking about in Africa, correct?
Yep. And they've done this into several countries. They went in there with the Ebola supposedly vaccine, and they promised these people, we're going to take care of you. We're going to give you money. If anything happens, we'll take care of your kids. And they went in there and they gave all these people the vaccine, and when they started dying, And when they got really sick, nobody helped those children. At the end, when WHO and CDC left, I mean, they literally left bodies in like burial grounds being burned kind of shit. And there was literally hundreds of children orphaned, and there was no funding left for them. And all these promises were made to them to try this out. Now, Ebola, again, as we researched it, was another vaccine virus, all these other things created by the government, and the patent was actually owned by the Rothschilds. So, I mean, they went over there and contaminated all these people, and then it brought to the point with us activists, what if they did the same thing with HIV in Africa? Because there was a concentration back in the day. I mean, I hate to age myself, but I mean, say when the HIV virus started spreading, there was a concentration out of Africa, like tuberculosis is out of Mexico. What if it is them doing this? You know what I mean?
Well,
they're the ones.
The HIV virus was technically targeted for African Americans and homosexuals. You know, and I don't know about the Ebola itself, but what I do know is that the Zika virus is patented by the Rothschild.
See, and it's the same thing. The same outbreaks keep happening all over the world over the last 50, 60 years, and their concentrations and different demographics throughout the world, and it's all controlled by them. I mean, how is something like Ebola that hasn't been alive or been seen in almost 60 years, is supposed to be in a secure facility ran by CDC, you know, how can we actually believe it was broke out, you know, out of the middle of nowhere, you know?
Well,
I just don't believe it.
They did trace it back, I believe, to one animal, which was native to a certain part of Africa. Which is,
and that animal could have easily been injected.
Oh, no,
my point.
What was it? A monkey?
No. It was a bat, and there was this tribe that does eat a certain fruit, which is which they think the tribe was eating the fruit, and the animals had defecated on it, and they're thinking that it spread that way. But the problem is that there's a big flaw in that theory, in essence, because not all diseases can be spread through species to species. That's the big flaw.
That's correct.
Yeah.
That's correct. And with the Zika virus, as soon as the Zika virus started happening, it just sent chills through my spine, because the first thing I thought was the Ebola. Because I worked closely with this gentleman for almost 6 months, and I can't make international calls to places out over there and expect to be heard when you're trying to relocate almost 100 children. He literally had them in an abandoned church and would send me pictures. You know, so I mean, when I see it happen with the Zika virus, the same fear happened again. What if all these people had offered? Because again, we know the media lies to us. You know, for a virus to cause developmental disabilities or anything like that in the womb, that's pretty scary.
Well, you know, that would definitely be in relation to you know, the Georgia Guidestones and the fulfillment mission of the globalist elite, the globalists, which they want to depopulate the world. And it's written, it's not
depopulation, population control.
Yeah, this is not a conspiracy theory, guys. The globalist agenda has been around for a while, and they document it's here. You guys want to look it up. They want to get the world's population down to, I believe it's
about what,
500 million.
Yeah.
Half 500 million people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you know, they've got that whole statue with that and several other crazy rules out there in Georgia that they call them the Guidestones.
That's what Tyler just said. Yeah, just said, you know, the Guidestones, the Georgia Guidestones. And I mean, I remember reading something about they have the portable tombstones also out there. They look like big black portable coffins.
Yeah, that was.
Those are FEMA. That was
FEMA. So check this shit out. So they were on a farm, and originally they were purchased by the CDC. They were like 600 million. 6 million. black tubs, and nobody knew what the fuck these things were until they had an investigative reporter come onto these and actually
I remember that.
what these things were for. And he said, "Oh, the CDC was buying these things for mass graves." But that's not where they were going. They think that they were shipping these things off to all over the United States, and they're thinking that these things were going to these FEMA camps. A lot of people don't think that they're real, but they are out there.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's just like they say that the Walmart is going to convert to these encampments.
Yeah, I heard about that. I had a friend whose mom was actually a truck driver, and she was driving West Coast. She was driving from here to from California to Texas, and she had a load once, and she was actually supposed to drop it off at Walmart. She shows up at Walmart, and the Walmart was shut down, and all they had in there was signs of like, yeah, it was basically like the setup for FEMA camps. She said all she seen was things like signs and tarps and all different types of stuff that you like would not see in a Walmart, you know, and it wasn't set up like a store to purchase. It was set up to a mass evacuation drill, disaster drill kind of stuff. So, I mean, it's alarming. I mean, we don't know what they're capable of anymore to the extent where if a Walmart building looks like a Walmart building, you expect it to be Walmart.
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
Do
I
you guys over there in Australia have anything like that going on?
We got a lot of
no,
the rock
like,
river
up here-
virus going around from mosquitoes. That's about, you know, like that's one of the bigger things. That's all. That's sort of
Yeah.
fight out like everywhere at the moment.
So what?
Look, in terms of the
genetically modified mosquitoes or what?
No,
Well, that'd
but
be
what
the
I was
bad
going to say,
wouldn't it? They say they travel, but yeah, go ahead there. Beautiful.
we've just got naturally lots of things that want to kill you here, but you know, yeah. But look, we don't see these. Look, what's happening over where you are is scary. You know what I mean? You guys are a mass power. Like there's stuff going on there that is not sort of going on in our humble little land. However, the corporate powers extend here. We do see like shitty food in our supermarkets. We do see them trying to keep the common man down. Like we find it harder to, you know, get ahead because, you know, bigger, like wealthier corporations get richer, you know, all that sort of thing. We've got a liberal government in power, which is all about, you know, giving more power to the wealthy. So, you know, we have our own sort of separate struggle, but at the same point, it's all linked to what's happening over there. But you just have a more extreme situation, I think.
How do they treat protesting over there? Do they I'm very curious about how they treat you guys over there.
Yeah, trying to crack down on us exactly the same way. Yeah, they're making it extremely illegal.
Like that, and it's illegal.
Yeah, can't wear face covering. They're making it illegal. They'll fine us for even saying, like, if we swear at police in New South Wales, we can get a fine for that. So
What?
they definitely do not want us to be able to march. They definitely are all in to try and stop us from doing that exactly the same as you guys. Because I'm
to accomplish your God-given right.
Tell me about it. That's what they.
That's what
extreme legislation here.
Yeah, you got to speak to a police officer and say, "Oh, you know, I suppose I'm not allowed to call you a cunt, but I'm allowed to think it, aren't I?" You know?
Yeah, like you can ask any British anons that you might know. Like the Crown is very heavy with its bureaucracy and its legislation. If there's a law, you know, to be made for it, we've made it. Basically, we exist under a very strict structured society, and because there's not a lot, like the population's vast, so it's a bit different here. But they're definitely trying to suppress the voice of the people, those who are in power. It's the same theme.
Hey Wolf, what would you say to the Crown?
Is he awake?
What?
Well, I guess he might be eating again. Who knows?
No, so what's your crime rate over there in Australia? Is it about the same here as the US?
Oh, it's really high. We're convicts. We're all like criminals.
Well, yeah, I
here,
know. It used to be a British penal colony, right? That's how you guys started out, with a British penal colony.
Well, no, funnily enough, you say that. My family wasn't from the one side may have been possibly the criminal side. The other side was actually like Lord Mayor of London and all that shit. And they had the town of the township or whatever they call it, Bromfield and Bromfield Manor, and that. My uncle actually still gets the royalties off the government there, as it goes to the oldest male, oldest male, and then his son, then it goes to his son. So that shit still goes on, still gets passed down because they were forced off the land for some reason. I don't know exactly reasons behind it or whatever. But yeah, they get the payments for life, and they go down generation to generation. So my uncle
we're very
he's going to get that.
Because Australia was colonised, we're very multicultural. For my part, I've got Indigenous, Australian, English, Irish, German, all in my family history. So yeah, you'll find that a lot of Australians, we're from all over. It's pretty interesting, actually. While we're on the subject, though, if you've seen some of those videos on human DNA, and when they test it, people think, oh, I'm from, India, or I'm from Africa or something, and they test their DNA, and they actually find that humans are a lot more mixed than what they thought in terms of race.
Yeah, I believe I saw that. That was very interesting.
Yeah, bit of an eye-opener for me, that was. Because, it really doesn't matter at the end of the day. We live in different circumstances, but we're all very similar in a lot of ways.
Sorry, one of my buds is doing acid and he's still typing on Facebook.
Oh my god, I've been watching that shit go down too.
This is like the 6th time he's done that. Remember when he called everybody his QQ friends?
Oh, what a trip, what a trip. No pun intended.
No pun intended, nice.
You could get him on to share an insight.
I don't know.
Do it. No. Somebody's saying I'm Palladian in the chat, then, so we can get some...
Yeah, Kylie.
He could kick off with that.
Yeah, Kylie said that.
Well, it's kind of hard when it's kind
You
of hard.
should get her on that.
It's kind of hard to type words if they're all moving around.
I love all these concepts of consciousness. Run with it.
So,
Well, what other topics we got for tonight? What else is on the agenda?
oh, I don't know. That was pretty much it. Let me see. Let's see if I can bring up anything. We have the executive order going back with Trump.
Another Trump executive order, yay.
Oh, yeah. So the Democratic Party wants to stop 500. I remember hearing about that on RT. They wanted to stop putting 400 more U.S. troops in Syria. That's going on. Our government says that they're not going to be putting in the front lines, and I'm just like, dude, it's all. There's oil there, right?
They know there's oil there. That's why they're there.
I can show you the maps where oil is everywhere. I've got all the maps where all the oil is in the world. In 1947, the Zika virus is patented by the Rockefellers.
Yeah, the Zika virus. That's what I was saying earlier. That the Rockefellers. Well, I thought it was.
I was suspicious about that one. They really got that going in the media here in Australia, that Zika virus. They got everybody very, very scared about that here, and I was always suspicious of it.
Well, remember, they also had that other one. It was called SARS, and that one was pandemic, wasn't it? And it was went globally. It was the origins were in AIDS. it always gets me a little suspicious, you know, when you have these viruses that are switching from one species to another. I don't know. Mostly because you know, it's not common. You know, there are certain diseases that are inherently natural in certain animals, but a lot of them they don't pass from species to species.
Yeah, I mean, and they all seem to sort of come about so suddenly and then disappear so suddenly, you know. There's all this hype about it, and then, you know, nothing. So
well, the real trick is to look at what the right hand's doing while the left is ramming the Zika virus down your throat. There was, during that whole escapade of, you know, all the stuff, even when the swine flu and the bird flu was, you know, all in the media for being a big epidemic and shit, you know, there was quite a lot that they were distracting us from at the time. Down your throat.
Yeah. Huge outbreak.
The echoes are on point tonight.
Did you hear that?
Yeah.
Fucking American humor. Man, that's it.
You can see everyone having fun.
You're gonna be okay over there, buddy?
Just like two good times. Let me see what else is going on. We got.
Next episode, we'll all take my finger so we can be the same.
What? What is this? America, 4chan sleuths. If U.S. flight patterns to... What? On 4chan?
Man, I tend to stay away from 4chan these days. It's pretty fucking ridiculous over there, man. I don't ever know what to believe with anything I read on that shit, and it's... You know, everybody's a troll these days.
Seems that way.
No, it says 4chan sleuths use flight patterns to track down and capture Shia LaBeouf's anti-Trump flag, and he put up a flag.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah, he says he put up a flag, and is he in jail? I seen a picture of him.
I'm not sure if he's in jail. After that, he put up the flag. They basically checked out all the flight patterns because they saw airplanes going over above it, and they checked there's constellations and all the rest of that.
Yeah,
and then they've got one picture of him in a restaurant, and they went there and they drove around honking the horn, and then they found the flag and replaced it with like a Trump hat or something like that.
Is it me or is it
they called it.
Shia LaBeouf looks like I hate to say this. I'm pretty sure he's a really good guy, but I'm almost positive we're dealing with a mental illness going on. You know,
he got trolled every week.
I don't know enough about him to know anything about that.
Well, you know, he was going around to the Academy Awards with a paper bag on his head.
I missed that one. That's interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, that one too.
Am I wrong about that one?
I mean, he could just be a giant troll fucking with all the celebrities and shit.
Well, I don't know, because he got trolled himself, like, and he went mental to the point that he actually, he bashed one of the people that was trolling him in a crowd, and he got charged and arrested for that.
Oh, what? Damn.
And then it was after that he went and did the flag location.
Yeah, he also went to that. Remember that he went to that Nazi rally, and then he started like getting into the guy who was doing all the stuff to that Nazi thing, and then he started like shouting back to almost to the point where he looks like he's about to punch the guy.
Well, hey, you know, I think we've established, you know, in this day and age that it's okay to punch a Nazi or two.
No, I don't know. You know, I have videos of him trying to call like Megan Fox.
Respect to Black Bloc.
Yeah. I don't know.
Was that out in Arizona or New Mexico or wherever that was with that what was that guy's name? John Ritzheimer. Is that the white supremacist rally you're talking about that he showed up at?
Yeah. Yeah, where
Okay.
Shia is basically in his face, like screaming, like I don't know what he's screaming, but he is in the other dude's face, like screaming his head off.
Yeah, we have a lot of that kind of action here in Australia, unfortunately, too. There's a lot of white supremacy going on. We have Antifa that are like kind of, I guess, a bit like Black Bloc. I don't know if you guys have Antifa there, maybe you do as well, but they...
Oh yeah, they're everywhere.
What was out in Arizona?
They just go at it with the patriot groups here all the time. I mean, I don't know. Like, it just usually ends up being like made a fool of by the media, which is bad. But yeah, there's a lot of, because we are quite harsh on our refugee immigration policy and stuff like that. Yeah, it's a pretty heated topic here.
It's pretty heated here too in Arizona. You've got a lot of pressure, it being a very patriotic state, lots of military bases. How it's set up now, when you retire from the military, you have to be within a certain radius of military hospitals. So there's huge concentrations. So the refugee battle is intertwined with the patriots here.
Yeah, that's what I thought was really amazing.
It's a
actually,
war.
Because something that happened, you guys, I don't know if you're aware of it, but our refugees, it's been a real problem on our islands where they've been kept. And our government made an arrangement with Obama before Trump went into power to take those refugees. And Trump is going to honour the agreement. But it's a very interesting thing to have had occur during the climate and everything that's happening over there for you guys. So do you have any comment on that?
Were you guys able to take the refugees that you agreed to with Obama, or is it now we're not doing it at all? You guys aren't doing it at all.
No, you guys are taking our seat. What the thing is, we had a mass influx of refugees, and a lot of our people actually would prefer to take them. We have a lot of land. It's probably not but like I say, we have this white supremacy kind of mentality, and it's a little bit unfair in my mind where people kind of try and keep people out of it. And in that, they seem to have made a negotiation with Obama to take all of the refugees that we have from there over to you guys. And Trump found out about it. You can look it all up. Trump,
I know what you're talking about. I mean, the story that we get here in the U.S. is always a little different. I mean, I've been to a lot of protests for refugees to be allowed into the United States, into Arizona specifically, and I know that Trump's trying to stop that as much as possible. I mean, so I just hate to see people stuck in limbo, you know what I mean? If refugees are picked up in Australia, for example, if they're not taken here, are they in FEMA camps now in Australia? Yes, that how.
Yeah.
They are.
There
and
is. There's been 14 FEMA camps in Australia. I posted all the locations of them on my page that got removed, so I've had to actually download all the stuff out of it because it's still on Facebook, but it's not published. So I've got to download all the data out of it, bang it on.
A lot of what's going on there. But it's really not a good thing. These poor people must be in tatters that are coming to you guys.
And that's the thing.
They're actually set up with train lines that go to them.
Trump cut the funding. Trump cut the funding to places that are housing refugees and helping refugees with supplies here in Arizona. I don't know how it is in the rest of the United States right now, but I know Arizona specifically.
Yeah.
I know that the funding was cut majorly, and it's affecting communities of refugees that are already here, and this isn't even counting the new ones that are coming in. I can't imagine.
Yeah, these are just the terrified people that are fleeing the bombs that are being dropped by Western countries.
I agree. I agree. I mean, when I see what's happening in Syria and Palestine, for example, my heart absolutely bleeds. I mean, if I was in better health and my children were 18, I would put myself over there and I would want to save every single child. It just breaks my heart because a child should never have to see a war. Nobody should have to see war. And these wars being fought for greed and oil and all these stupid things, humanity is so much more important. There shouldn't be the suffering. I don't know, I'm kind of an empath, so when I see things, I just feel emotion for it.
Exactly what you're saying, and that's like, I'm sure you talk to these people, Rose. Like I talk to, and like, when you hear the hopelessness and the fear, it's really, really wrong. Like these are just people like you and I. It's just by right of birth, they're put in a place where, they're being victims of this civilization. That movie
of something that they can't. This is not something that they voted for or they got a choice to be in. And when we tell refugees to go home, my thing is they can't go home. It's already been bombed.
Well,
Israel, ISIS,
I was
all whatever.
I was
going
to say that America, and I hate to say this, and a lot of people, they don't know their history. America, during times of conflict, has a long history of turning away refugees. And remember when the war was breaking out, or you guys well, in World War II, there were a bunch of refugees from Europe, mostly Jews, and they came to America to flee the war that was going on in Europe, and the U.S. would not let them in. So I don't know. I don't get our government. I seriously don't. And then there was an unspoken thing that some history books will cover this, some won't. That when we went to the war in the Pacific, we put the Japanese in concentration camps in California.
See, this is a country built on immigrants and built on refugees, and it doesn't make any sense to me why the president is able to, in this instance, make it to where it's only Muslims that can't come here. And again, I've read a lot of articles on this. I mean, and it's mostly because of Sharia law and supposedly the terror. Now they'll come up with any excuse to ban people from the country, whether it be monetary reasons or because you got to imagine if you're in a country that's bombed by would you want to go to the country that's bombing you? In the U.S. government, that's how they put it.
Well, and Saudi Arabia is Sharia law.
Yeah, I was just going to say, how can you be so closely allied with Saudi Arabia and then kick out all the Muslims? Like, would Saudi Arabia get annoyed at that?
Money.
Yeah.
Well, that's because Trump has business deals going on with people in Saudi Arabia.
Exactly. Yeah.
Connected to the oil industry.
Of all places,
it goes back to the power of the corporations too, doesn't it? They're too powerful. They do things we're not aware of.
I don't think they put a ban on Turkey traveling here either. Citizens from Turkey, which they're heavily involved in, setting up ISIS, trading oil for ISIS, and allowing weapons and mercenaries to cross their borders.
Germany won't even let the Turkish ambassador speak, in Germany because of the stuff that's going on in Turkey right now.
Shit, I wouldn't either.
Yeah.
Oops, somebody's doing dishes.
Yeah.
Nah, it was
all domesticated.
The dishwasher was still open. I had to close that. Definitely not getting into that right now.
Yeah, no, I have a lot of friends in the community I live in, being a street activist, that are from the Muslim community, from the Islamic community centers, things of that nature. So, me growing up in a town that was majority Caucasian, I don't know about these things. I didn't know about the different religions, and it's something that you have to educate yourself on before you make an opinion. And I think that we have a lot of problems with people in the United States that aren't educating themselves, and they're thinking of it from a closed-mind media perspective.
Well, there's this huge stigmata, that here in the U.S., that there's not just here, it's going on, all over the place, that there's something inherently wrong with the Muslim religion, the Muslim people. And you know what? A lot of my friends are Muslims, and they look at these. They look at these, fanatics, and they go, they don't represent us or the religion. They're crazies.
And a lot of people that are paranoid about Muslims, I've found in my country, don't know any other Muslim people. These people that make judgments.
They've never met them. you find them that they never met a Muslim person, so they're making a judgment based on what they hear from media, and that's what we see a lot of out here. People, like, the Muslims in our country now are scared, and it's ridiculous, and it's this whole refugee war, and it's the government portraying Muslims so poorly. I mean, I personally hate it. I'm anti-fascist to the extreme. I mean, I think that everybody is human. I do not see skin color. I only see good people and bad people. You know what I mean?
It goes back to that, divide and conquer thing. The elite, that are corporate media and the elite present this thing to further split us apart. When the real enemy is not the race, it's not these people. It's the fucking bankers and their fucking weird fucking hobo global elite NWO agenda. These are the real fucking enemies. We are fighting these stupid fucking proxy wars over bullshit, and the real people, the real fucking creeps, the real enemy is out there, and they have the money, and they're in places, and they're people that maybe some of our viewers have or have not, but they're out there. Those are the real enemies.
Yep. I agree completely. Deleting the elite, Federal Reserve, all that stuff. I mean, back to the Kill Illuminati days for us,
Starts next month.
It starts right now.
Right now.
You started a few years ago, guys.
Hey, I wish John would have made it on tonight. He would have been able to throw some comments in on that, man. He'll tell you straight up, man. 37 motherfuckers. That's all we got to take out.
Well, it's kind of fucking. It's kind of, what's really weird is that a lot of people don't even put in consideration that there are people making money off the fucking war. Every time a bullet is bought,
it is.
Arms are being bought, bullets are being dropped.
Wasn't Hillary selling arms? Wasn't that Benghazi?
Is making a fucking dollar, and you know what? And not only are they funding one side of a fucking war, they are funding both sides at the same time.
And we're basically, that's why we're taking refugees in, because we're feeling both sides of the war. And I mean, honestly, I don't pray, but I pray for the refugees that come to the United States because of the hardships they're going to face.
No, all we need to do is,
like we mentioned, the stigma.
Fucking knock out, the Rockefellers and the Rothschilds, and and the creepy little fucking friends.
Yeah, well, me and Pinky and the Brain plan tomorrow to take over the world, so. I'm getting up early for this one, guys.
Speaking of which, with the Rockefeller agenda, they already have the pilot programs for the RFID implantable chips.
Yeah, I think we need to revive Kill Illuminati. It was big back in the day, a few years ago, and I think that with Op New Blood, we should help reborn that as well, because I mean, more people need to be educated about like the stuff we talked about tonight, the ties with the Rothschilds, the immunizations that they're patenting, and just show them again why we feel this way.
Not only do we need to knock them out, in the financial aspect, we need to knock them out in whatever they got their little fucking fingers in, out of our country and out of everybody's country. Put them in a little fucking weird colony in Antarctica and let them live the rest of their days.
Put them on that leopard colony outside of New York where they used to stick people in insane asylums in the 50s.
Well, see, that's what they want to do, is they want to stick themselves on their own tiny little colony where it's just them. But they want us, the rest of the world, working to, take care of them, to provide them with what they need. They don't want to do their part. They want to enslave humanity so they can have their own little private world that we're not a part of, but we're completely building for them.
So true. And that's what Israel is doing. They're building their own little island. Yep. What is it called? West Bank?
Yeah.
Well, it used to be called Palestine, back in my day.
Yeah. Yeah. Arizona is so hot. I dread summer.
It's like.
Oh, I can only imagine.
It's like 29 degrees.
Yeah, it's hitting 90, 95. It's probably 85 right now at 10 o'clock at night. Like,
it ain't no joke. Where you are. I hate this cold weather. I'm not used to it.
Within 2 months, it's going to start hitting the 100, 110s. And then by June or July, August, it starts hitting 120s to 130s. Like, but James almost died last year. He got heat stroke, like heat exhaustion, and it fucked him up. He wound up in the hospital. It's no joke.
Damn.
Like 15 minutes outside. I have a car that starts before I get in it. Let's just say that. Because you will bake getting in that motherfucker. It's no joke.
I miss the heat. I miss the desert. I miss the. I mean, I hate where I live, dude. Because like, we only have good weather for like 3 months out of the year, and the rest is just fucking cold as fuck.
Where's that at?
In, the murder capital of the world. That's where I am.
Oh yeah, that's right. Chicago, that's right. I believe the first couple of nights we had shows, we could hear the cop cars coming by your window.
Yeah. I was posting cop cars outside my house on Facebook earlier this week, man.
Fucking home from that one show, and then I came home and there were 2 cars with their windows bashed in, and they were engulfed in flames.
Oh yeah,
you said that.
Chicago, man, Chicago. I don't think that was anarchy. I think that was like, man, I'm gonna go fuck up that dude's car who flipped me off this morning.
That's funny. Yeah, I haven't seen snow in probably 15 years. Like, last time I seen snow was on TV.
Damn.
I've never seen snow in my life.
She's never seen snow in her life, see?
No, never in my life. I really want to one day.
Yeah.
I'm down here in Mississippi. We don't get any kind of weather like that either.
Yeah. It's funny. Different regions.
Yeah, I was
like,
where it's snow flat out.
Trust me, snow is not cool. It's not fun. It's like fun for like the first 4 hours until you need to go to the grocery store. You know? You get in the car, and then you're like, oh fuck, I'm slipping and sliding everywhere.
Well, I mean, up north where they have snow all the time, you know, a lot of these places, you know, they keep the roads salted and they do a lot of stuff to keep, you know, traffic flowing in a safe manner, you know, despite the fact that there's 2 feet of snow on the side of the ground. But dude, you come down south, and if like a piece of ice comes out of the sky, the whole fucking city shuts down. Like, it's over with.
They don't handle it the same way.
No, not at all.
We have such bad weather.
Crazy.
So fucked up.
We get crazy sandstorms called haboobs, like they have in the Middle East. They're several miles high and several miles wide. And I mean, I gotta say, I was coming back from California from my best friend's funeral, and I've never seen a storm bigger in my life. I mean, I literally had an SUV I had rented because it was a long drive, ain't putting the miles on my car. And my kids were in the car, and they're like, "Mom, I gotta pee, we gotta pull over." I'm like, "Okay." You know, the wind started picking up as I'm driving. And then I start noticing, because one of the things they advertise here is that if there's a sandstorm, pull over and turn off your lights, because it's so dense you can't see through it, and people hit other cars. I don't know why pulling over and turning off the lights is appropriate, but that's what they do out here. But it was bad. I literally pulled over underneath the freeway overpass with my kids, and my son was like, it was like 45 minutes into the storm, nowhere to go, out in the middle of nowhere in the desert. And I'm literally seeing clay shingles fly off people's houses. And I'm like, holy crap. And this was like my first 6 months out here. So I was like, oh, this is going to be fun.
Jesus.
I love it.
I can imagine that. I've been up north a few times for, like, you know, whiteout snowstorm conditions where it's like, you know, sun shining, snow everywhere, falling from the sky, and it's just like, oh my God, this I'm gonna die.
Yeah, it's pretty intense. They have what's called microbursts out here, which is kind of like a tornado, but it does the opposite effect. Instead of sucking things up in the air, it actually takes the air and blows it down into a gust of wind that can go upwards of 150 miles an hour. And it comes with a storm so powerful that it literally drops the hail anywhere from a quarter to a golf ball size, enough to break windshields and dent cars. Okay,
Jesus.
So we get those in the summer. It's called monsoon season out here. We get crazy electrical storms unlike anything I've ever seen before. And I've lived all over the West Coast, but I've never seen anything like what they have out here in Arizona. It's kind of beautiful, to be honest, the storms, but I miss the snow. I'm a nerd.
Yeah, that sounds similar to our climate. We get the weird hail storms and the tropical climate and stuff like that, but that's on our east coast.
Mm-hmm.
The rest of Australia is obviously just desert. We get the dust devils. No tornadoes though. We get big
they're
hurricanes.
pretty crazy. I watch YouTube. They're pretty big. I mean, they could take out 1 to 3 city blocks. I mean, they happen so quick that you'll see a funnel form and dissipate and like go back up into the cloud, or it's just going to land. And I mean, it happens really quick. I mean, there's no alarm system. There's no, like, people like me don't have television. I stream. So, I mean, you're not really going to get a broadcast unless your phone's set to do it. So you don't even know it's coming during a rainstorm. You'll just start hearing the hail outside. I've watched a lot of YouTube videos, and I've been in some serious storms out here in the last 6 years. And I got to say, I mean, it's pretty intense. I mean, you almost need to have windshield coverage on your car just because of the hail.
Yeah, you never really perceive how powerful it is. Yep. Sorry, I was just going to say where I am at the moment, Cairns. We get a lot of hurricanes and things like that hitting the shore. I haven't been in one because we're only just recently here, but we're in one of those areas where they say it's an evacuation zone, like a red zone. So if we get hit by one, we've been told that we have to evacuate with our 2 dogs to somewhere because the tidal surge, like our house could be engulfed. So yeah, it'll be interesting because apparently we get them all the time here. So I'll be live streaming.
My best friend
to evacuate on live from my roof.
My best friend just actually moved here a year and a half ago from Australia, and I call her my little Aussie midget. She always tells me about the Aborigines, and she tells me like certain things like she knows about Anonymous. She'll tell me, oh, if I say pedo, she goes, no, that's what we call a rock spider. She says funny things like, like you guys have different terms
we
have out here. Like I say I'm gonna smoke a bowl of weed. She says, let's load a cone. I'm like, what do you mean a cone? She's like, we call it a cone. I'm like, what?
We do. We call it a cone. That is very true.
It cracks me up. So yeah, she's hearing your accent. It's kind of interesting for me. Like when I first met her, because like we're complete polar opposites. I'm like a California girl. She's straight from like she lived near Aborigines her whole life. So I mean, like I'm like, did you really see kangaroos before? She's like, yep, all the time. I'm like, she was fascinated the first 30 days here because she got to see her first hummingbird. I was fascinated with kangaroos. So.
Yeah. Oh, well, there you go. My great grandfather was Indigenous, so we're like I say, Australia's interesting. It's not like we're a broad country, but a lot of people are mixed and multicultural. But then there's that Indigenous element. I guess it makes us fairly down to earth. But we've got a lot of wildlife here, so we're not as like we have a few cities that are becoming the corporate way and away from nature. But a lot of Aussies are out there in the bush doing some crazy stuff. Like we've got big crocodiles and we've got wild boars and we've got like snakes. Everything's trying to kill you here, basically. So we're a little bit wild.
Yeah, that's completely interesting to me because I mean, in the United States, the animals that we have that are native here, I mean, are few and far between anymore. You know what I mean? The most of what you see are a few national parks and the zoos. You see a squirrel outside, it's a good day.
Yeah, and that's unfortunate, isn't it? Like I mean, I do feel very lucky that we're here in nature, but it can have its hazards. Like there was a lady just down our local beach in a 4.6 meter croc surfaced behind her dogs just the other day.
Oh my God.
Yeah, it's amazing to have the nature around, and I love it. Like I love when I see like yourself. If I see a kangaroo, any animal, it's just wonderful to be around nature. It is, yeah. But with its dangers.
In Arizona, we have what's called the bark spider.
Oh wow!
We have crazy scorpions that are literally as big as your palm of your hand out here. I've never had the pleasure of seeing one, but I know people that have been bit by them. So I mean, 6 years, knock on wood. You know what I mean? Like everybody says to have. They say to have black lights in your house just to see them at night in the summer, but I've never had to do it. I'd be tripping balls, guys.
No, I'm scared of spiders. I can confess to that, despite being from Australia and there's so many spiders and snakes and things. Snakes not so bad unless they're poisonous, but spiders terrifying.
You see,
what are you guys laughing at?
I just peeked into LoSec and there's this like weird event going on.
What are they doing now?
They have an event. They have an event that says Blockview Sunday Initiative, and it's like everybody from the Hate Factory.
They're blocking the Hate Factory.
I don't know.
That is brilliant. Oh my God!
I swear to God,
how could I not know?
The weirdest groups like I've ever been in.
What are we doing?
That's funny. Yeah, I'm watching Half Baked right now with James because he's only seen it 100 times.
Oh, that's definitely not enough.
Nobody said nothing. Watch your movie. Yeah, no, we're watching it, honey. I'm not turning it off. No, we're not streaming Half Baked, babe. No.
All right, how high?
How high?
We could
maybe.
be.
We can maybe we can do a Kevin Hart special or a Mike Epps show for everybody. Oh my God, no Harold and Kumar either. No.
Kumar.
Random guys.
Pineapple Express,
No, Pineapple Express.
Yeah, that's a pretty retarded movie right there, I gotta say.
No,
what about Friday?
Yeah, Friday
I don't even
was
think
good.
I remember.
I like
Friday.
Superbad.
How
What was that movie,
about-
Project X, where they had the gnome filled with ecstasy?
How about Super Troopers?
Oh yeah, that was a good
Oh
one.
yeah, I love that one.
Super Troopers is a good one.
Hey Trey,
Yeah.
you there? Trey? I see a squirrel.
Spaceballs.
Spaceballs, damn, you went out of the park.
Spaceballs.
Yeah, that's actually my teenager and James in the background. I figured I might as well go live with children in the background, and they're teenagers. They're not gonna nothing they don't already know.
Yeah, mine's shooting an RPG on Grand Theft Auto. So I mean,
Yeah, mine's grounded from video games. He almost beat up a kid at school, and he's already in a school on a behavioral contract. And he really he's a straight A student, but he just is like ACAB. And I guess that's my fault. I mean, if you're a wolf, you can't.
that's it. He just don't take no shit. That's all.
No, he just doesn't, and he's smart. Like, he'll question his history teachers, and then they come back and be like, why is your son thinking like this? Why does he think that,
Because he's telling them
Israel is
motherfucking
ISIS? Yeah, he's like, well, my son telling the teacher, Israel is ISIS, and blah, 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 in the United States, and fuck the government. And I'm like, oh my God, here we go.
So you're the one I keep seeing all these articles about of students contradicting their teachers.
Oh, man, my son is over here. Yeah, 9/11 was an inside job. Jet fuel cannot melt steel beams. Yeah, this is the kind of shit he tells his teachers, And he said he's behind me right now going, I made my teacher fact check that shit.
Nice.
Yeah, so it's kind of hard when you're raising boys. It really is, because they're smart as a whip,
Oh, that gives me hope. That's hope. Yeah, that's good.
He's like, your teacher's like that's alternative fact and that's fake news, and then he gets expelled, right?
Well, no, I mean, the thing is being an activist for as long as I've been, you don't lie to your kids anymore. They see me wear a mask. They see my
lying
friends
to
come
your
over and talk
kids
about
only
it.
furthers the fight that we're in right now.
Yeah,
if our parents hadn't lied to them, we wouldn't even be having this fight right now, most likely.
No, I mean, I've taken my kids to protests with me. I mean, as long as they're not trying to black bloc, I'm good, you know. I have an 18-year-old son who does black bloc, and I'm very proud of him. I mean, I gotta say, you know, him going to a mosque and protecting them against 3%ers, I was impressed myself, you know. Like, as soon as shit popped off with the KKK, my son was up there with my homies that I roll with trying to, like, throw blows. I'm like, you, come here. Your birthday's in 5 days. Don't do this to me. You know, like... But as a mom, you got to be proud because they're going to be able to raise my grandchildren knowing the truth, you know?
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, please don't do that.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm like right there already, bro.
I told
I'm
you.
already in bed, man.
Oh, come on, guys. It's Saturday. Wake up.
I know. I'm drinking Red Bull. Hold on. Where's my other one?
Oh my God, he's drinking Red Bull. Is it Red Bull or Monster that has
Monster?
the
There
bull?
You go.
What the fuck ever?
I'm on like
taking shots of semen. Jesus
I
Christ.
actually drank so many of these. I traveled through time. I went
You
too
traveled through
fast. Remember we were joking about me doing LSD and coming up.
Oh my God, yeah. I haven't done LSD in 20 years. Last time I did LSD, my friend looked like Wile E. Coyote. She looked like Wile E. Coyote and her tongue rolled out. I was fucking crazy, man. I don't even know. I think I took like 2 or 3 hits my first time because I thought I was a thug, and then I found out I wasn't.
Most people tend to do that one.
Yeah, you think you can
I'm
handle
fucking
fucking
guilty.
psychedelics, and then you you get the fear, and you're like, oh fuck, I gotta lock myself in the fucking closet
My
now,
fingers start
because they
tingling.
all
I start
know I'm
freaking
high.
out a little bit. I mean, luckily I had enough chronic, so I was good.
But the second you get in the closet, then all these fucking like shiny, wavy, you know, kaleidoscopal patterns. You're like, oh fuck, they won't go away.
We can get into some real talks about the government then, huh?
Hey, that does tend to happen.
I remember back in mushrooms and locking myself in a closet with 3 of my friends for like 6 hours because we were scared to go out. We were like 15. Oh man. I used to grow mushrooms.
I liked it. I saw all this psychedelic patterns, but I could still talk to people, and I felt really like connected. It was great. I love the mushroom party.
Yeah, I don't think I could
last time
do it
my
anymore.
friends, like, I mean, the last time
Oh,
I
like, yeah,
did
when I was young, I
LSD,
used to give
like,
my
in a
kids
group
in the
setting.
LSD flat out. Actually, for a whole 18 months period, I took the LSD every day. I took between 1 and 10 LSD trips, and I did it for 18 months. Yeah, it was rather a different experience. Like, I'd still go and do bloody everyday shit, but, you know, like I was doing stuff and all that.
I don't know, like the last time I did it, like in a group setting, but I mean, this last relapse, I was doing it all the time, but it was by myself. But the last time I did it in a group, did I tell you about this story where like we all had like crayons and markers and everybody was drawing on the fucking walls and on each other? And like, yeah, and like I have this weird fucking memory, like where one of my friends is trying to eat a fucking hot dog, and I'm seeing like B-51 fucking like bombers bombing his fucking like hot dog, and he's asking me if it's okay to eat it. And I'm like, I don't even know what that is.
Is it okay to eat it? If you get the bombs off of it.
They're telling me I'm acting weird, and I need to smoke some weed. So they fucking put some weed in my hand. And they said smoke it. I'm like, I can't smoke fucking colors, dude. Like, I don't even know what it is. Like, and that's not what came out of my mouth. They were saying,
we
what
actually
actually
put a
came out of my mouth
caterpillar
was
inside a
alpha
cone, or
shugin
what we
plus
call a
plus
bowl.
plus. And I'm like,
we made, you know, like smoking it, and we said, you know, like, yeah, quick, smoke it before it crawls out. He smoked this bloody caterpillar, like while he was tripping off his head, and then half an hour later, he realised he'd actually done it, and then by the thought of it, he like threw his guts up for hours.
Oh my God!
Yeah, my friend had a checkered couch. She had a checkered couch, and it was black and white, and I remember this very vividly. It was black and white. I thought it was a cow, and I couldn't understand. Like, she was Wile E. Coyote sitting on a cow, and I was like, why is there a cow in your fucking living room, dude? Like, she's like, it's not a cow, it's a couch. And she starts petting it and shit. Some of they're petting the fucking couch. I'm like, whoa, dude.
Stroke the furry wall.
Yeah,
don't do the Jeffrey. Do not do the Jeffrey.
I'd smoke a Jeffrey. I keep bugging James. I'm like, you know what? You only live once, YOLO. We're in a major rave capital. I would love to go fucking pop a molly and hit a fucking club. I mean, you only live once, you know? I've never done anything crazy or rebellious like that in the
next
last
thing you know, you got
20
a habit
years.
and you're out $30,000 later and you're in jail and you're like, how the fuck this happened?
No, that's what happens with meth, because I'll just be straight up. Like, I actually had a binge on meth for a 3-month period, and I spent 30 grand on it. And
I've been clean off of meth 15 years. I ain't fucking with it.
It's only been a year.
Yeah, that's nothing but bad news there.
Yeah.
Somebody said they lost their wife for 2 hours tripping one time.
Lost their wife?
Yeah. Did I ever tell you? I have this fucking like stupid ass story where I did a DOM. Man, it was like my first time doing DOM. And it's supposed to last for 3 days. So I did like 5 milligrams. It didn't hit me, and like at least I thought it did. I wasn't sure. So I wait 30 minutes later and I take like 10 more milligrams, and everybody knows that, you know, if you've ever played around with it, don't do more than 5. And like I'm still not feeling anything, forgetting that I had 8 something before. So then my fucking bright ass idea was to do 2 hits of LSD. Oh my god. Yeah.
Chasing that high.
My girlfriend's telling me is like she was like trying to tell me not to go outside like naked, and like it didn't occur to me it was like fucking like 4 degrees outside. So and like by that point she knew that I was relapsing. She's like, what is wrong? I remember her saying like very vividly, what is wrong with your eyes? And I'm like, there's nothing wrong with my eyes. And like, there's like a lizard,
what are you talking about?
There's like a lizard like growing off of her shoulder, and she kind of looks all weird, and I'm trying to keep it together, but I'm so fucking high. I'm so high, I couldn't hold it.
Yeah, I remember doing mushrooms at the beach in San Diego, and I remember.
Do they have mushrooms in the States? Because they grow wild over here.
Well, how I was growing them this is horrible. In junior high, I had a friend who was growing them. This is back in the days when you can get spurs of mushrooms through High Times. You could actually order them through the magazine back then.
Oh yeah, the mycelium. Yeah, the Spore Kids.
Yeah, and we were doing the Spore Kits in aquariums, so we had rooms set up doing all different types of crazy shit. And this was my side job in junior high, was making sure the lights were turned on, all the stuff before I went to school. But I used to get fucking.
What the hell was that, dude?
Somebody smoking weed?
No, it sounded like somebody fucking farting in a microphone.
Oh, I didn't hear that. Damn.
Well, me. I'm innocent.
So, are you sure you didn't take some of that with old Luigi there?
I didn't get one of the postcards. I didn't get one of those.
Damn.
That's quite an intro.
I think you draw some acid now, Tom.
Write that number down.
In any news, the revolution starts tomorrow.
Well, that's good. I've been waiting for a while for this shit to pop off.
I hope the revolution comes with no work, because I really don't want to work for corporate America.
You know, like I was posting, like I had shown in that video, you're not going to wait for that knight in shining armor, to our audience, you, the people, are the knight in shining armor, and you have to make these changes happen.
Exactly.
The power struggles that we have are all in your hands. The problem is that you cannot fight these battles on your own. You have to get in groups. We're not, we're all in this together. So if you feel like something that is wrong out there in the world, go and do something. Go out there and protest, or do whatever you can to fix that situation. But don't wait for that knight in shining armor. The government is not there to help you. In fact, they're going to push us and push us and push us down till we no longer have any rights.
Destroy the government. Go out and destroy them.
Well, that is the goal. That is the goal indeed, my friend.
Well, they're doing it to themselves anyway because they continue to, hurt the public. I mean, we're all on this earth together. They do the things that are making people rise up. So, they're destroying themselves, essentially, if you look at it like that.
Most definitely. I mean, I believe that we all have a right to defend ourselves. And, if that means we have to defend ourselves against those that are in power and those that claim to rule us, then so be it. But we can't let them kill us, kill our children, poison us, keep us sick, keep us stupid. It's unacceptable.
Exactly. That's why the will of humanity is rising up, and people like us are talking and realizing just, some everyday people that just care with all their hearts about the course of humanity, that's what this is about. And everybody can do it.
Yeah, you're not going to wait. Yeah, exactly. Sorry, I was thinking like off topic.
I mean, just if we set our mind to anything, we can achieve anything. Just got to believe in ourselves, and there's nothing we can't do.
Yeah, exactly. Somebody posted, divided the elite wins, and that's true. That is the true enemy. Behind the scenes. Divide and conquer. It is the elite, but the elites have their hands in the government. And who do you think is funding the government? The elite.
Yeah, exactly. It's all tied together.
They loan the government. They loan the government's money, and we pay the interest.
Exactly.
The government are just puppets. Puppets for the elite.
Yeah, and the more that you look at it, I encourage everybody, if you think what we're talking here is, crap or there's no truth to it, what we always say is go and have a look. Go and prove us wrong.
Go and have a look indeed.
Get out of your apathy and get out of the TV and your mainstream crap and your superficial bullshit and have a look at what's happening in the world, and you might come to the same conclusion we have.
Yep. Well, that's another part of the problem is people are, afraid to go out there and look and find their own information and, step away from that, oh, well, the government's going to tell me everything I need to know kind of mentality.
No, sorry.
I watch Fox News and I'm informed. That's the mentality that you got to watch out for. The people that think that what they're getting off just these mainstream narratives is the truth. They're not going and actually seeking the truth. They're just accepting what they're being given. That's not using your brain,
Well, the second thing, the second question a lot of people have is like, now I have all this knowledge. Now what do I do? What would you guys recommend, to people that when they find out all this stuff and how they want to change, this?
Yeah, exactly. Well, I think that there are so many different ways that people can help, and that's a good point to bring up because I hear a lot about, people accusing other people about their methods or their, that they're not really in it. Maybe some people aren't, which is really horrible for them and their conscious being. But there are a lot of people that truly care.
Hello? I think we just lost her.
Oh. Just killed her off.
Unicorn.
Oh no.
Got involved with our mentality because I think it's pretty important. But you can do all sorts of different activism. Peaceful activism. There's so many little things that you can do. Even just being a decent person helps. So I implore people to do everything that they can think of once they realise the truth.
But when you're looking for, when you're actually looking for the truth or whatever, you've got to be unbiased while you're actually looking at it. So you've got to go into it with an open mind. Don't go into it with your mind already made up, or there's no point even researching it.
Well, that is very true.
Very true.
That does seem to be a very common problem as well.
What I was thinking was having a full stream cyber operation, linked with what we do on the net side, and then having boots on the ground, protesting.
Yeah, we've been talking a lot about getting that kind of level of organization going, and that's one of the goals with the Daedalus Collective right now.
Yeah, I think that's fantastic because, there are people that, want to input in all sorts of different ways, and maybe some don't know how, but, I know that there are a lot of people that would want to get more active on boots on the ground, on the street. I would like to.
That's how I started. I started 2007 on the ground.
Well, it might have been last night or the night before. I was talking on the show that once you get out there onto the streets, like it's a whole nother world. You're gonna see everything from a whole new perspective, and you'll really begin to understand just how much they're lying to us.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's right. Makes you wonder if we were ever told the truth about anything all along.
Oh no, they absolutely do not.
Oh, did we just lose somebody?
I think we did, yes.
I'm just here actually boiling up Turkish coffee, and I actually overboiled it.
Oh, that's some strong stuff. That's like an extract of an extract.
Yeah, we like that coffee.
And then then you actually got to put it there, so you actually reduce it down as well. So it's like ends up being quite thick.
The Cuban coffee as well. They serve them in really tiny dishes, like little tiny cups.
But that little tiny cup's got equivalent to about 12 cups of coffee.
Yeah, it's pretty ridiculous.
Yeah.
But like, if I go out and have a latte somewhere, like say a large latte will come with 3 or 4 shots in it already. I get 3 or 4 shots extra in it. I love my coffee.
Going hard, huh?
I'm only just getting used to coffee, but yeah, it's all right when you had a long night awake on the net and you need to wake up in the morning. Like I work actually at a place that we're coffee roasters here. We roast the coffee and we serve it, at the coffee shop, and it's that high altitude specialty coffee. But it's strong stuff, guys. Like really, it's beautiful and smooth, but it's strong as hell.
Yeah.
Sorry, we went right off topic. Hello?
Yeah. No, I'm just reading the comments. It's like 28 degrees out here.
What people saying, Paul?
Well, it's coming to the point, where we do need a big op, and it's been long in the making. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It definitely has. I mean, we need something that's going to put that focus to these top tiers and really attack our true enemies. And I think it's time to move past a lot of these smaller operations and we need to attack this specific police department because they have this one bad officer that did this one terrible thing, and if we attack the top of the system head on and defeat this monster, then police reform is going to fall in suit right behind.
I kind of know somebody, I can't really say who it was. They actually went on Google and claimed every single police station they could across Australia. They've claimed it as their place, so you could actually change all the information on it. I mean, even I myself have got information on police officers. Right, there's ones here that take kickbacks for the ice sale and for illegal cigarettes and all the rest of that. I've been taking photos of them recently. They ask me what I'm doing and who I am, and I know soon enough.
Somebody was talking earlier in the comments, about ending the Fed. That is a huge operation we can jump on.
Yeah.
But this this blue whale, like we've got to look into that more because like make sure the kids are safe. If it's like the outcome of that is suicide and for them. So we've got to really look into that at the moment.
Well, you know what I'm saying is that there's no country that is there's no country. Well, there are some countries in the world, but there's almost almost all of them are kind of interconnected to the central banks. Holding everything hostages. And honestly,
the only ones that you can actually turn around and approach and work with are the Russians, and they're actually willing to do it too. Scary thing is though that like if you actually got caught doing it, you'd be seen as like being against your country and kind of go to jail.
Yeah, look at it more treasonous acts charges and stuff on that.
Well, I'm saying that there's nothing safe. There's nothing safe about a huge operation. Like that's the risk of being an activist.
Well, the Russians want out on the dollar, don't they? They want to pull out of the dollar. I think Putin wants out. Wants to pull out of the American dollar.
There's a lot of countries making moves to do that. Russia has set up the whole BRICS bank with Brazil. What other countries are involved in that? I believe maybe Iran.
Yeah.
God,
India,
I'd have to look it up. I can't. Yeah, India.
China, Brazil, Russia. Sorry, I don't know if that's all of them, but yeah, I know about the BRICS alliance. Yeah, they were trying to make their own Fed, right?
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, they're looking at like the BRICS bank would be the larger bank, and then they're having some other ideas they're kicking around with smaller banks. There's some big investment bank that they're doing with China as well. And this one I don't know hardly anything about. I saw something about it last year, and this is a bank where they're going to their specific goal is to give out loans to low interest rate loans to third world countries to help build up infrastructure in the country and begin to modernize these places that are a century behind the rest of us.
Yeah, so it would essentially be helpful, but it would just create a new power structure similar to the Fed. So, it sort of seems like, it'd be good for something to oppose the Fed, in my opinion, but I wouldn't like the idea of two federal currencies existing that sort of run the, run the world economy.
Well, I mean, personally, I'm against currency as a whole at this point. I think it's an obsolete way of doing things that we can, be a lot more effective if we move beyond worrying about currency and worry more about, building up our place that we live in together.
And that's what the like Australia, like that Living Off Grid Australia page is all about. Like, so, if we jump on and check that out later on or whatever. Is sort of see a bit what we're on about there.
Which page is that?
Living Off Grid, and then the minus symbol, like Australia.
Okay, I'll check that out.
We made it 8 days ago. There's about 800 people following it.
It's just peaceful resistance. It's an idea that's emerged out of, us just seeing the oil companies and the power that they have and just trying to get people talking about doing it. Because a lot of people did it back in the 60s, in the hippie days. They got together and they got off the grid and they found ways to sort of get a hold of land and, put sustainable homes on there. And a lot of them benefit off it today, lifestyle-wise. So, I can't see why new generations can't do similar things.
Let's go there then, guys. Let's tell some of the viewers where Anonymous started, how it all started. How about our first subject?
4chan.
Yep. 4chan.
I heard something. Can I clarify it? I heard, although it started on 4chan, there was some sort of a discussion that took place off 4chan prior to that.
Oh, you mean Cult of Dead Cow?
Yeah, like the emergence of the idea itself.
It started with Green Mask, Green Man.
Yeah,
Green Man.
that's what. Yeah, I think that might have been. Yeah.
I don't know, Ed, you can confirm you're an older fag than me. Is he there?
Who?
Who, me?
No, Ed. Is Ed you?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, I didn't know you were talking to me. I mean, I've been around since 2008, like late 2008, early 2009.
Oh, right, we're about the same, man.
Yeah, I was trying to figure out we were trying to get longer than that, but I left it and sort of, did my own thing and then came back and just left it again and came back.
Yeah, it was like when I joined, they'd already changed from Green Man to Guy Fawkes. I just missed it, but.
I mean, look what it was like, back in, say, like 2004 and stuff like that. That was when everyone, like.
It was Final Boss.
Well, that's a whole lot different. Like, people say that Anonymous was an organization back then, but I mean, it's really ill-defined when you can, say that we became a group, and especially a political group. I mean, it started out, people trolling video games and stuff, and just like doing dumb shit online, and
just trolling
under the name of Anonymous, because that's what 4chan would give you as a username. If you didn't, register your own, you could still post as Anonymous. So, like, some people will tell you that, this whole movement started with 4chan, when it came about.
Yeah.
And, that's a little, beyond what actually happened. Just because, someone was posting on a message board with the name Anonymous, that doesn't mean we've been around that long. And, people use that to say stuff like, oh, I've been anonymous since 2002. And it's like, dude, we weren't even a group in 2002. Like, what are you talking about?
Yeah. It's like new fag and old fag, really. I mean...
Right.
Coming together
the entire world, and more new fags are going to wake up and hopefully join in, and I guess that's important for everybody who's been around to try to help those that are trying to do something, But I see everybody equal in this. I've got so much respect for so many people around.
There is some people though that just wear the mask, like fame whores. They just wear the mask on November the 5th, or they just wear the mask just to look cool on Facebook. They don't actually do fuck all for the cause.
I hate to say that, but I do see a lot of that going on. And you know what? That wasn't one of the reasons. See, like my introduction to Anonymous was getting hit up by a weird profile. And kind of getting like I told you, some guy was messaging me, certain targets and this and that. I was in rehab, and then understanding what Anonymous was a little later, and once I always wanted to do something to change the world, and then I found a group that really wants to do stuff. That was it. But I'm not here to la-di-da. You might meet some friends along the way, but it wasn't just like a weird social club. It was like something that I can actually do hands-on, and I don't really, what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I know exactly what you're saying. That's how I feel. I didn't. It's not about like the gimmick of Anonymous to me at all. Like I woke up independent from this and realized we're all slaves, and I was really like, this is ridiculous. People need to realize I need to do something. And like through my research, I guess I come across somewhere along the line, and I just was like, okay, this is us. This is people. This is people becoming aware and conscious.
I was an anarchist. I was like into anarchy and that, and like hating the Queen and the royals, and I was just fully against the government. Like. Before I became an anonymous member. I don't know if
I
that's how
don't know.
you guys are.
Honestly, I first joined it because I enjoyed hacking crap and sort of wanted targets and stuff like to do instead of just picking stuff at random.
Do you want to share that story that you told me before off the show, or are you not allowed to? No.
Which one was that?
The one before that, like 2 calls before. Never mind.
Yeah.
No, I'll drop it.
If you type it, I'll type it. I'll have like I'm having a bit of a memory lapse because I kind of took something.
It's okay. It's okay. Interesting story.
Or were you talking about the NSA one?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, back in 2014, I took full control of the NSA servers for like 11 hours and harvested shitloads of data. I had to sign a non-disclosure agreement for 12 months afterwards on the provision that I gave them a step-by-step instruction of how I did it. No, I didn't get conviction and everything. So, but like in that, I only gave them like not step-by-step. I missed 3 steps, so they can never replicate it.
That's immense. Thumbs up. Class.
Yeah, when I harvested about 14 to 16 terabytes of data, I harvested off them before they like actually physically shut them down.
Did we just lose somebody?
You're a fucking beast.
No. I smoke too much.
I've given up for 7 years, I think.
I've only ever stopped smoking for a year, but I always sort of start back up again.
Yeah,
I've given drugs up. I've given drugs up for.
I'll said me who's had 12 cigarettes since the show started.
No, it'll always be like, do you want to get a bag of dope, or do you want to ruin your life again, or do you want to go smoke cigarettes? So I'd rather just smoke a cigarette, you know.
Yeah, I smoke the cigarettes over the weed these days. I don't smoke weed.
How's
I'm
the
out of
comments
weed.
doing?
It sucks. Really sucks. Just pointing that out.
Oh, is that what that message was about? I thought you were.
Yeah, no, yeah.
Yeah,
What's the
damn it!
comments, I
Yeah,
guess?
damn it! The withdrawals are real, and you're like, no, there's no, the withdrawals are not real.
God damn it, the withdrawals are real, and you're like, no, the withdrawals are not real.
Yeah.
That is a massive delay. Who's talking?
I don't know. It's not me.
Who the fuck?
Well, there's a Lego.
Where the hell is that coming from, dude?
Hello. Hello.
Oh, do we have a hacker on the line?
I think it was a Lego movie.
It's the government. No.
Oh, speaking of which, from that leak that had happened on WikiLeaks. Yeah. So now they're trying to make tools to detect if this these programs are embedded in anything that you have. Now they're coming up with detection tools, and I believe that Notepad++ had to completely redesign or change the program because of all of that shit. You hear about that?
No, man. Shit.
Oh, I did, but I can't bloody remember.
I don't know.
I'm not sure.
Put it on my page. Nobody ever reads it. I post. That's why I always post stuff, and nobody reads
I
anything.
think your page is being restricted because I haven't seen any of your, like, I haven't seen that blue whale or anything. Like, that's weird. Like, I should be seeing your posts, so that's odd.
It says, after
Yeah,
CIA leak, Intel Security releases detection tool for EFI rootkits. Seriously. And then we got Notepad++ fixes CIA hacking issue.
Actually, with your page, like if your engagements drop below 13%, Facebook automatically hides your posts from people that are following it. Like unless they actually click the shit, it won't go in their feeds.
Yeah, I had a feeling about that because nobody really likes my stuff, and then I've had so many fucking accounts like shut down because I post like absurdly high sensitive stuff, and to get it out there, and then I'll lose an account, and I'll be like, well, I kind of saw that coming.
Yeah, see, like I haven't lost my account. Like I've posted like all sorts of stuff off this one. All they've done is taken the pages off me, like that I've posted them from. Like even if I've shared the stuff all over like Facebook, like with my name.
No, I will get those weird errors like your account has been disabled, like it wasn't even reported, it was just fucking gone. You know? You ever get those?
Yeah, I did on one that I accepted all these anonymous people, and all it had was just anonymous friends or whatever. I didn't know who the hell any were, but those ones.
I didn't even say that. I didn't even say that. I didn't have anything that said that I was anonymous or anything like that. I was using different, different devices to log into different things, so there was like no way that they could fucking track me other than the stuff that I was posting. You know?
Yep.
Oh yeah.
Hear lots of those
see,
stories.
they would have seen that as a possible threat and a possible like spam bot. So they might have just turned around and gone, okay, yeah, we've had a like one report of it saying it's been spammed. They've looked into it and gone, oh, it's got say 50 different IP logins and it comes off different MAC addresses. Yeah, let's just stop that one because that's spam. Like and they wouldn't have even like physically really looked at it. It's just all automated. So yeah, they would have just removed it in that case.
Yeah, they didn't even remove the post. What they did is just remove my account. And they didn't give me any explanation. They didn't give me any emails, not to the fake emails that I had or anything like that. Everything was linked to, VoIP numbers and blah, blah, blah. I'm like, that was a form of censorship right there.
Yeah, that sounds like just the automated. Yeah, that's the automated censorship basically. Like, so if someone reports something, it takes between 5 and 7 people generally to have something removed. And there's only certain ways of reporting to actually be assured that it'll be looked at by a person. Like, so if you can get by reporting something like in a manner that it won't get looked at by a person, you can make sure that it's actually removed, or you could make sure it wasn't removed. It just sort of depends if you know the algorithms, and they actually use 3 algorithms and they rotate between the 3, so they can just, say if someone actually learns one of them, they're rotating between 3, so going between that and the way the authenticity tokens all work, they kind of screw you up on that.
Yeah, it's the algorithm that determines who you see on your posts and stuff like that, isn't it?
We got a lot. Didn't North Korea have a version of Facebook that was up there, and the kid that hacked into it said that they were able to get some kind of insight on how Facebook can censor people, and it's not even, it's a little weirder than what you think. They can manually do it by location. Am I wrong?
Yeah. They can go. They can grab your location. They can grab your MAC address. So they know if you've got logging in under 50 different names, they know the MAC address.
It was like set up so that one person in one region couldn't see the posts from people in the other region, even though the profiles could see each other. Yeah.
Well, we actually get that option in our pages. That's actually called, what audience you want. So you could actually select it. Okay, you didn't want, like any other country. You could pick which countries you wanted specifically, or you could pick which countries you didn't want specifically. And you could pick, which languages, the people spoke or whatever, ethnicity, the whole works.
I tell you when you're pretty invisible, is when Google starts asking you if you're a robot. because I run a VPN.
Well, that's going to happen
VPN.
all the time. You know, if you're especially using VPNs because they want to track you and what you're looking at. They have what's known as what is it called? Predictive. George would know. You know, it's where
what is it? It's like it's not only the predictive text or whatever. Like basically.
Are you talking about like pre-crime from Minority Report?
That's predictive marketing and their advertising and all that sort of stuff. That's their reasoning. They say they did it for.
No, I'm saying when I go pretty deep, when I go like Ghost VPN, Google can't handle it and asks me, "Am I a robot?" Like, because I'm so invisible, basically.
Yeah, they ask that because that's exactly how the bots work.
I love a VPN. Touch VPN.
Do you ever notice like how more absurd like their puzzles go especially when you're using like, you know, I use a program all the time. It's called and I was talking about on the other show. I use AnonSurf where it's switching my IPs like every 5-15 minutes, and the more IPs it keeps switching, even though I know that it's being tracked on some level, because of the web browser.
VPN.
Yeah, because of the web browser, and then the puzzles they get more fucking absurd.
Yeah, they get it so you can almost not read them.
So every site you go on, it changes the IP, or you can change it manually anyway.
Well, you guys know those CAPTCHA puzzles? That like it's like highlight the street sign, like the squares that have the street
that's the
sign.
ones that I get to when I.
So like I've noticed like if I happen to run into one of those normally, I'll get it right every time. But if I'm like on a VPN or something, like, dude, I mean, come on, I can tell where the fucking street sign is in the picture. Get the fuck out of here, man. Like, it's like 5 or 6 times, and I'm sitting there like, what the fuck do you want from me?
It's because they got the list of all the VPNs, so they know.
Somebody said make a formal complaint to Google, and you know, Google has sold data to the NSA multiple times.
Yeah, well, actually, a lot of Google's
they didn't sell to them. He gave it to them at a whim.
Yeah, a lot of Google's data is actually managed by Mark Zuckerberg, like under his other company, Mark Monitor.
Fuck Zuckerberg. Fuck him.
I second that.
About it. That's actually how a lot of Google accounts and Facebook pages and the Facebook things get taken over because Facebook.
If you guys have ever set up a Gmail account and you look at the default settings on how the security and privacy is, they're all set to like really weird fucking levels. So basically, somebody types in your name and it's gonna link you to something. So that tells me one thing, that they're not about privacy. They're all about marketing all your fucking shit. And it really doesn't even matter where it's fucking going to. And they're already fucking giving the shit to the fucking government. They've already they have these like not even too long ago. I was talking about this like the other show, is that the FBI was telling Google that the emails have to be regulated by what specific country they're actually in from where they're logging in.
Yeah, what was I going to say? Loki said the other day that we got Google got hacked, so I don't know if that's why Facebook is playing up at the moment, because the Google accounts got hacked.
From my experience, Google gets hacked all the time, but I didn't experience any of it. But I'm pretty sure,
My FB's been glitchy as fuck.
WikiLeaks is going to release the CIA hacking tools. They announced that 15 hours ago.
Oh, they got more of them?
Yeah. They announced it 15 hours ago that they're going to release them. I'll post a link here somewhere.
Woohoo!
Where are they? There's one there.
It's Christmas time.
Christmas has come early for TBL,
hey, you guys know how to use any of these tools? You're all, nope, but we're going to learn.
They'll be pretty easy to use, and like if you have anybody, if you're worried about using any of them, buddy, like just send them to me to start with. I'll reverse engineer them and buddy see what the fuck they'll do.
Didn't the ones that they found, the ones that I was reading up on this, the programs that they were embedded into the chipset that they had found on the modems, on the network interface cards, were resemblance of miniature operating systems.
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah, they in themselves actually have enough to like technically start up themselves or whatever, like on the EEPROM basically.
Fuck.
Damn. Seems like whenever I talk, nobody's listening. That's okay.
Oh no, we listening, man.
What are the comments saying, man? Is there much going on?
No, somebody's like, I just got back. There's some error that's been going on, at least on my end, for the last day or two with Facebook.
Where it logs you
double
out?
posting. Yeah, they're trying to do something, and I'm not sure exactly what they're doing on the back end.
They're saying it's all good.
Oh yeah. That's what they always say.
There's lockouts, mysterious lockouts, and then there's that'll just log you out, and you've got to log back in and log you out and log back in. But when you're logging back in, you should be looking at what DNS it's actually pointing at.
Yeah. I remember one time, like I got automatic, like you have had suspicious behavior. I logged it. Didn't Facebook at one point? No, I was really high when I did this. Okay, so I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
Oh, I got that.
Okay, Facebook had an Onion link, right? Where they had a Facebook Onion site. Am I wrong?
Yep.
Okay, so
Yeah, you do.
I have a vague memory of logging in really high, and it said that my IP was suspicious and locked me out, and I had to verify, and I was looking at the IP that I was looking through the Tor circuit, and it was some Chinese IP, and it was automatically suspicious, and I was just like, okay. Yeah.
Here's the link to the Facebook Onion. It's just there.
Well, I know that happens if you switch IPs, but I mean, I was already doing it time anyway, you know?
Is the Facebook Onion still going? Is it still around?
Yeah, Facebook's still up.
The Facebook Onion, is it still going?
I don't know.
Yeah,
Let me see. Let me see if it's still up. Does anybody even use it?
What is it? I don't know what it is. Sorry. Facebook Onion. Like a.
You've got to run it up for. Yeah, it will work.
Do they still have it up?
Yeah, that's the link. It's Facebook Core wwi.onion.
Yeah, Facebook.onion. Yeah.
Here, I'll post it again. Look under the comments in the thing. I'll post it again. There it is there, like under the comments, yeah.
You're like, you can log in on the Tor network?
Yeah, log in on the Tor network. They say it's anonymous, yeah.
Yeah, I've done that. But it doesn't do anything, does it much? Like, it doesn't protect you. Or, you know what I mean? Like, what's the point of it?
Oh, they did change it. It used to be Facebook.onion, and now it's Facebook Core wwi.onion.
Yeah.
Yeah, they did change it. Okay, so that's probably why a lot of people aren't finding it anymore.
Oh, I'll have to look for that.
Oh, what? The darknet is the wild, wild west.
I
don't know. I always feel safer when I'm on darknet. When I'm connecting
I don't actually, because the way the entry and exit nodes work, like that always kind of freaks me out. Because I know,
Well, yeah, exit nodes can always be, monitored. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
unless you sort of know what you're doing, you kind of leave yourself open to. If you exit, like say, if you go on something and then exit directly off that, they'll know what you're on.
Yeah.
But if you wanted to turn around and go and make it look like something else, so you go on, like 3 or 4 things after the initial thing you looked at, and then you go on totally off, like they can't sort of really work out what you're on then.
The government can find you easier on there, can't
Oh, so what about proxy chains with Tor? You a fan of that?
Well, I don't know. Like, I basically wrote all my own like stuff to to change my IP and change my Mac and all the rest of that stuff. So I don't really use commercial stuff. So I don't really know what it's like anymore. I reverse engineered stuff once and sort of haven't really used other shit anymore.
Gotcha.
Cool. So you don't use Mac change apps or anything, George, no?
No, I use my own. I reverse engineered them and I use my own. So like my Mac will change. It's not changing today because I really couldn't have been bothered. I thought it might slow it down a bit since I'm only using mobile internet on here. So I didn't want to screw that up.
George, how do you change it yourself then? How can you change it yourself? Tell the viewers.
How do you what?
Change the Mac yourself without an app.
Without an app, well, basically you download an app yourself or whatever, and like say, if you don't know what you're doing or whatever, people could actually message me. I could sort of explain them through it, so like how it works, and show them what bits that they'd sort of want to actually drop out and change, so there was no traces left, and it automatically, automatically change them, like in the amount of time it'd be quicker than what they could find you on, and same as the MAC address changes.
I downloaded a Mac. Oh, I can't think of the app. It was on Windows, it was, but it changes every part.
It was probably just basically called Mac Spoofer or something like that, because I think that was the most common one back, up until probably a year ago. And then,
Adam, why are you putting a subnet mask IP on there?
It's cool as fuck. You could change. You what?
Never mind.
What's wrong?
Nothing.
What happened, man?
Yeah. Here, I'll post something for Adam to look at. We'll see if he actually hides his address. If he doesn't, the Russians will come after him. This one here will take him straight into this one will take him straight into one of the I don't know it's like one of the prisons or freaking whatever. It's actually inside the control room where they're watching them all. If someone can read Russian, they can tell me where the fuck it is. But yeah, don't click it unless you're hiding your IP.
Who's Adam?
It's locked. If you look at it just by the IP address, it's locked. It'll come up. It'll say put in the admin and password. But going straight to the bloody link, that's exactly the same as what you can do with all the cameras on the streets and all the rest of that. So you could actually look at all the cameras on the streets and then use the old
Shodan, right? Shodan.io, right?
Someone by their face. So you can actually trace people better than what the FBI and authorities do, because they don't actually have that technology down pat. Facebook's actually tried, but they're not really succeeding because they don't have the live feed.
Is that
people like us have access to the live feed, so we can trace anyone we want.
Is it okay if you tell us what sec you were with before? Is that cool to tell us?
Tell you what, sorry?
What sec you were with? What security you were with? What sec?
What security I was with?
Yeah, well, your group.
No, I don't really. Yeah, I don't really say any of the groups I was in, because I've used 50 million different aliases and stuff like that, and I kind of made it a rule that I'd never tell anyone what they were.
Exactly. Yeah.
That's cool.
Because some of them could get me in big trouble and get other people in even more.
Okay. No worries, bro.
That's sweet.
Just you seem to
we've done pretty well on this episode. But we've had 2,500 more viewers than what the last episode's had so far.
Yeah, yeah, quite a bit.
Wow, that's awesome! Woo!
I'm not always on, man, because it's so late for me. It's like 6 in the morning now. So I try and get on as much as I can, but it's nice to meet you anyway, George.
Yeah, nice, sweet, man.
And GA.
It's good to be able to chat to you all. I'm not actually used to being back on voice chat. I'm used to actually just typing flat out. I'm used to being on cam, because a whole heap of people that I chat with, we sort of use the camera to verify that it is each of us talking with each other, and not someone else saying, "Hey, yeah, me, you know, like, yeah.
So how many comments are going on, guys?
Comments? Yeah, there's a fair few. I wonder how many of those 251 shares I got, because I got 15 warnings off Facebook for sharing it, and I had those pop ups, so I had to type in the crap. But I shared it to like some of the groups that had 200 and 300,000 people and stuff like that, so they kind of do that when I do that.
How many times you been on the show, man? George?
How many times have I been on the show? This is the first time.
Oh, right. Okay.
Yesterday's show, I just went, I commented in the comments or whatever, and like I was kind of half wishing that I had gone on the show because of like what you were talking about. And I think George Lennox was sort of the same. He was thinking,
cool.
like we stand up and wanted to have a like chat or whatever.
And ironically, both this George and the other George have always been an inspiration to me. So there you go. It's ironic to me.
Yeah, I was one of the first people you spoke to about it all, wasn't I think?
One of, yeah.
Sort of.
Yeah, I was gonna say, Elle, I think you've been around longer than I have. I just popped in a really weird part.
I'm a 2012 model, roughly.
Yeah, you've been around a lot longer than me.
You're all new fags.
Almost, maybe.
2007.
I don't think of myself, you know what I mean? Like, I just want to keep going and keep trying and keep learning off everybody, like, that's how you grow, like, I started just like one of these people trying to reach out to, not knowing a damn thing.
So. I was for years, I was just an activist, and I was just going through markets.
But looking at what Daniel says there, he's saying instead of using Google Hangouts, you use the like call or whatever, and use the like mask the IP on Facebook. Well, that's not actually a really good idea, because whoever goes on the call can grab your IP address and they can do whatever the hell they want to you if they actually know what they're doing. Even if you're on a proxy, they'll go like, you're kind of screwed. Because they'll find out what your Google login is or whatever the hell else, anything you've got attached, like the email or whatever. And if it's not a standalone email, that so if you don't use an email that's not used for anything else for Facebook, your vulnerability, like levels are freaking 1,000% more.
Yeah, mate, I use a burn email, so there's no point people trying to get me, because I just use an email that doesn't link to anything. Links to nothing at all. It's just a load of crap. There's no links to anything else. I just made it for Hangouts. Does that make sense? It's like a burn one. I just made it for Hangouts. There's nothing linked into any of my other activities,
Yeah, Google got all weird. Now Google got all weird. They want you to the last few months they want you to create Gmail accounts now with they won't even let you use VoIP numbers for the verification numbers.
Yeah, that's right.
And they're starting to ask you for mobile numbers now to verify.
Yeah, they won't let you use VoIP numbers to verify the email address. So spoofing that, I mean, you're gonna have to get some. I tried.
Yeah, and the reason they did that was because mostly, like say those Nigerian scams and all the rest of that. Like, and unless you actually had a VoIP number yourself, you couldn't actually turn around and go and trace back, like the IP of the VoIP number that actually called your normal number, because you sort of had no way to freaking, like use tools on your normal number.
I'm still a big advocate of Proton Mail.
Yeah, I scare the Nigerians because, I got a phone call the other day. I mean, I don't even have the stuff set up at the moment or anything like that because I'm not using a VoIP number. But they called me up the other day, and I'm basically saying, would you like me to use geolocation on your Tracy VoIP thing? I said, would you like me to come after you and your family? I'm terribly sorry for calling you up. And they, really apologised before they got off the phone. And they were definitely a scammer because they wanted to put me through this. They want to be a financial advisor and shit like that.
Did you ever see that? Did you? I think Elle, did you see that video of like that kid that he scams the scam artist, and he will he would like email these people like the most absurd shit till they get like annoyed with them to the point where like they tell them just
I do that to the point,
they stop emailing me, please.
But what did I say? Unicorn, what did I show you about that one guy? He was messaging me, right? And I turned around and said to him, I had the videos of fucking a goat. And he asked me to show him the videos because he was freaking out. So, like, and because of his, like, religion, maybe he had actually fucked a goat. But, yeah, he was asking me to link him to the videos and freaked out.
Yeah.
Yeah, look, we get a lot of these Nigerian scammers trying to call Aussies. One thing I just want to add in, an ex of mine, he used to work for the flagship store of Apple. So he was right in the Apple cult, you know. But yeah, during their Apple Care conversations, you know, they would speak with general public on a regular basis that we're getting threats from these callers. They would do what George was saying. They'd call them up and they would try to get, you know, access to their computer and take over their computer and whatnot. And if anyone was savvy to them, they would literally threaten their family. I've heard of.
I had one guy. One of them called me. Because I play these guys like a motherfucker. So there was this girl, and she told me that she was like stuck in like Nigeria, and the embassy wouldn't let her. And I'm like, oh yeah. So I told her to fucking call me and like verify that you're a real person. So this like weird guy that could barely speak English was on there, and he's calling me through the VoIP on this device that I don't even really give a shit about. And he fucking says like if you don't give me all the money, she's gonna die. And I'm like, how much do you want? He's like, $100. I'm like, is that all you want?
Oh man, see, I'd have fun with those guys. I'd be like, all right, well, you know, what's your name, buddy? I'll send you a Western Union like right now, dude. You ready?
Yeah. I did that to one guy, right, to the point that he kept going to the Western Union office. And I made him do it for 4 weeks, every day for 4 weeks. And he was telling me that he actually, you know, like actually had to travel, like, you know, like friggin', you know, like 60 or 70 kilometers and pay for fucking other people to take him there and all this shit. And then I'm saying, yeah, like, yeah, I'll send it there, you know, like, you just have to, you know, like, I've used your real ID and stuff like that. And, you know, like, I used to just really screw them around.
You know, they will hide out in the most bizarre places. Sometimes I will find these Nigerian scammers linked to, like, fucking Craigslist and shit, like, trying to sell stuff in gear. And I'm like,
Or on Gumtree in Australia, like say if you list something over $500, they'll be straight on it trying to want to pay you with a dodgy bank account, having it sent to you. You know, like so, you know, like the money's coming up somebody else anyway. Like I used to get that a lot. Like I used to sell Bitcoins, and when they were $1,300, I was selling the Bitcoins for $200. And that was freaking people out. They're like, what the fuck's going on? You know, like, how come they can do that? Like, I owned 1% of Bitcoins at the time, so, like, I could sell them for whatever the fuck I wanted. I was just doing it to fucking, you know, like, fuck with the market.
I had one of them, like, mailing me, like, fake fucking checks. And I
yep.
for, like, a while. And they were, like, absurdly large amounts of money, like $10,000. And they told me to, like, go cash it and wire it somewhere else. I'm like, no.
Yeah, I just shared the anonymous bites back thing, so somebody else can put in there as thanking me for something.
Oh no, sorry, I'm like doing 3 things at the same time.
Well, I kind of made, you know, like just before the show started, right? I closed down all my tabs. You know, like I had several thousand tabs open. I just saved them all and like so I could load them again. But now I've probably got about 300 open again. So like I'm
he's going beast mode.
It annoys me. Like say if I'm doing that and then some bastard turns around and sends me a message, I can't just turn around and like quickly go, oh yep, bang, I'll ping him, like because I've got to shut everything else down to be able to like, do it. Otherwise, it's mixed up and like it's like, oh shit, which one is it?
You don't ping your own brothers, though, do you? You don't attack your own people.
No, I don't actually turn around and personally attack anyone. Like I mean, if I actually get pissed off with someone, I'll just block them. Like, I'd seriously have 50,000 people blocked on Facebook, like easy.
That's good, man. Because
I don't know.
there's a lot of people at the moment that are just attacking each other.
I used to ruffle a lot of feathers with the political stuff, and like some of my posts used to get between 1 and 7 million views and stuff like that. And I used to turn around and like post out like the Australian politicians' phone numbers, their email addresses. So like when they were talking about the lesbian, gay stuff or whatever, the Prime Minister at the time, I sent his personal email address and his phone number to the lesbian and gay community. And when they were doing the bikie laws, I did the same. So he was absolutely bombarded by thousands of people hassling the absolute shit out of him. And you could tell that it stressed the fuck out of him because, but he would. Like thinking about it, like, thousands and thousands of emails every day. Like one bikie group had 34,000 odd people, and I reckon about 10,000 of them messaged. The lesbian and gay group that had like 70,000 people, like a lot of them were emailing and messaging, calling the number and shit. That was when we had Tony Abbott as Prime Minister, so it actually sent him around the twist. And I used to entice him. Like, I actually did it to the point that he got on the news and said to people that how vulnerable the government websites were, etc. Because it was somebody I know who's all like a kind of really safe that went on it and changed stuff around a bit and left like really enticing shit that got up them.
George, what sort of OSs do you like using? Do you like using Kali Linux? Do you like using Parrot? Do you like Ubuntu? What you like?
At the moment, I'm kind of back on to using Windows, like at the moment. But I use different Linux boots, but I don't have actually most of my shit because some bastard stole my hard drive. But I wish them good luck when they actually plug it in. And it'd be quite funny if they're actually listening to this now because I'm pretty sure it was 1 of 3 people. But yeah, if they plug it into their computer won't work again and it'll fry the hard drive.
Ooh. The booby chapter.
All right, guys, we got 5 minutes.
Well,
damn, the stream's ending in 5?
Yeah.
Oh, no. Well, we could always start another one.
Yeah, man, it's cool. I like talking to you, man. You know a lot.
Well, you're all welcome to like add me, message me or whatever. Like I'm going to be about a hell of a lot more now because I'm not really doing like any work other than like sort of whatever the hell I want to do. So I've got a lot of time for shit.
Cool, man. Well, Tyler, do you want to add in for me and Matt?
What?
I think we just lost Donnie.
You shoot me a message. I don't mind pasting my Facebook page link up in the thing here if I can find
chat.
I find myself. Hang on, there it is. There. Alright. See, I took a tablet right before the show started, so I could be all chilled. Like I thought, oh yeah, I'll take half of one, and then like the half of one didn't really join up, so I took 1.5 more. So I'm kind of a bit slower on it.
That's always a problem, man. That's always a problem. Oh yeah, this isn't doing anything. Let me eat another one.
Yeah, when it ends, just make another one up. But here's my Facebook link. I'll post it in the comments. I don't mind if people like message me or whatever. It's cool. Hope you're welcome there. That was supposed to be in a PM. I know, lovely. I mixed things up. Oh, gosh. See, I'm actually sitting outside. I've been sitting outside for a bit.
Yeah, that's what I'll do. I'll sit outside and have a few cigarettes and, walk around with the phone and do different shit while we're doing the show.
I can hear it.
Yeah, same here, except for I'm the only guy where it's like freezing temperatures and I'm in a car.
Oh, it can't be that bad up there, man.
It's like 25 degrees.
I don't know. Maybe because I'm used to really, really humid cold. Like when I go up north in the wintertime, yeah, it'll get down to like, 35, 25 degrees. And I'm like, man, this isn't shit, dude. And I'm, when it gets 50 down here in the south, it's like, oh my God, this is fucking cold.
Oh, we had a comment and says, Harley, which is the real Twitter account? There are a ton of anonymous. Yeah. Somebody calls. Yeah, we don't have any official anything. If you see official on any account, Harley, be very suspicious of it. We have, what was it? A non-HQ, a non-official, a non-news co.
Your Anon Messenger.
Yeah. So.
A lot of it is just fucking bullshit. They're making.
Yeah, anything that wants to act like they're the founding members or they're the leaders of Anonymous and
on YouTube, avoid them.
Anonymous has no leaders. It's an idea. And,
yeah, I'm actually.
Don't have leaders.
I've actually been trying to put together a list of all these fake bullshit outlets like that. So, man, if you guys would like to help on that, that'd be great. I don't have any of the Twitters or anything.
Yeah. Because a non-official has a new account. It's been around for. Well, it's not new. It's been around for like has 27,000 likes and they're linked directly to the store. Yeah, who the fuck are these guys?
Dude, I don't know. I've been trying to build my Twitter up for a long fucking time, and I think maybe I have like 800-900 followers. Like, I don't know. I'm not very good at Twitter. Twitter's a bitch. So, I mean, I don't understand how a brand new account could pop up with 20,000 likes like that on Twitter.
Unless you've got Rest or something like that. And
unless you buy them. But bought likes, like what is that? Those aren't doing anything. Your message isn't even reaching those people. Those are dummy accounts that just are there to increase numbers.
Facebook, that is. Like, say, if you do advertising, like, I mean, if you look at the engagement of like Living Off Grid Australia, like compared to like even the like other Living Off Grid ones